Get back here. Peace to everyone. Peace to everyone that is watching. Peace to everyone that's joining the chat. Peace to you all. Hope everyone is having a beautiful day. You know, hope everyone is having a wonderful weekend. Hope everyone's family and relatives, loved ones are safe and sound. Everyone is all in good health. You know, just much love and much respect to you all. Right. So we got a fire show planned here for y'all today. You know, so we're about to get into it in a few. We're gonna get some things build up, and then let me start the panel also as well. Let me invite Mad Vibes onto the panel because before we get started, all right. And then we're gonna get back to the chat. Kappa out step, peace, brother. David Corey, originally me, KT, peace. Daryl Thornhill, peace. Leron Jones, Alan Paul, peace to you all. Let me get into here. Let me cut this a little bit real quick. All right, so we're gonna invite Vibes on, and then we're gonna get started. Oh, so who was that? All right, give me 1 sec, family. We're waiting for Vibes now, right? So when Vibes get on, then we definitely gonna get into it. So, you know, we got a good show lined up today for you guys. You know, we're gonna get into the founding of Chicago. We're gonna get into the origins of these languages, and we're gonna get into um some artifacts that even Brother Vibes had uncovered the other day, and we was going over it, and we started noticing certain things with these artifacts and stuff, and it goes back to the origin of what they call the Black Madonna as well. So this thing is deep, and it's it's a lot. It's a lot, people. Hear me when I tell you it's a lot. Like, the information out there is so crazy, and things that we thought we knew, or certain things that was told to us in a certain context, we're understanding that we interpreted it wrong, right? So now it's up to us now to get back to the truth, to basics, and to start getting down into it and making sure that the people have a real clear understanding of what was really being said, especially in some of these old articles also as well, right? Because that's something that we definitely need, is a proper understanding of the history, right? Let me send Vibes back another invite. I don't think he got it. Mhm. So let's see. All right. All right. So we're gonna give it let's give it a minute and see if he gets the invite, or I might have to send it to him manually in his email, right? Might have to do that. Vibes. All right, he's here. All right, so we're gonna get off with some articles, right? But I want to start off with an article on Gene Disable, right? Disable, right? And we're going to get into it from there, and then from there on, you know, just brace yourself, brace yourself. All right, so Vibes, you want to introduce yourself to the people?
Yeah, man. You see me, I say, it's mad vibes. You guys already see me in the chat many a time before. So I have some information to share with you guys today. Yeah, I mean, that's it.
Yeah. What Prince call him, the mad scientist. Also he just dropped two new videos on his platform also as well. So when you guys get a chance, just subscribe to Mod Vibes, right, on YouTube. Subscribe to his platform. Vibes. If you can, just put the link to your channel in the comment section for them as well, so that they could go over there and subscribe, and then they could be able to check out, your videos and stuff. And he's even showing the videos that you guys can show to your children, where he breaks down the characters in some of the video games, and show you to how they are our deities, or our artifacts that these folks came across and found and put into these games, right? So he's showing it to you from a different angle, because a lot of the parents out there, you guys buy these video games for your children, and you don't really know what exactly it is that's really in front of them, the subliminals that's really in these games that your children are seeing, that the characters that they're literally using or stuff based off of their ancestors, and they just didn't know it, right? So this is what it is. Okay, so I'm about to hit the screen share back now, and we're gonna get going. Okay. All right. All right. So don't forget to put your stuff in the chat. All right, Vibes. All right. So if you guys can see the screen share, if everything is clear, press one. Press one if you guys can see the screen share. Okay. All right. Cool. 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 Okay. So this is the article from AAREG, right? Inspire. This is AARegistry.org. All right. And this is the story of Gene Disable, explorer who founded Chicago. All right. So we're just going to read this brief article right here. And then after I read this, Vibes got an article that he's going to also read also as well. All right. So this is Gene Disable. On this date, Chicago celebrates Disable Day, the 1750 birth of Jean Disable. Jean Baptiste Point du Sable. He was a black pioneer, trader, and founder of the settlement that later became the city of Chicago. DeSable was from Saint Mark, Sainte Dominique, okay, which that is Haiti, now Haiti. His French father had moved there and married a black woman. DeSable is believed to have been a freeborn around the 1750s. He went to the Great Lakes area of North America, settling on the shore of Lake Michigan at the mouth of the Chicago River with his Potawatomi wife, Kisawa Catherine. right? That's what that means, Catherine. The British arrested him in 1779 for the defiance of the crown. Now, let me mention this, right? We're also going to pull up the Potawatomi, because that is the name of what they call a tribe, right? And we're also going to show you how usurp how it's been usurped, right? The usurpation that has taken place over time. And we're going to just show you some pictures and stuff of the Potawatomi, right? And I want to point out the similarities also in some languages that we also have still in the islands. Like we say patois, right? Patois. And look, the name of his wife's tribe is the Patawa Tommy. Okay? Like the language don't lie. The similarities in the language between mainland folks, island folks, South American folks, between the entire Americas, we have strong relations with each other. Not just within the language, not but also within the overall culture itself. Okay? Now, some of these tribes were also said to be extinct, and we have folks now today carrying on the identities of those tribes, those clans that are not those people. Even those who look like our people are doing it, and it's a way of also usurpation to steal identity for certain type of resources, that's happening out there also as well. Let me just say that, right? But that's some other things that we're going to get into as we go within this live. All right, so let me just start back from the beginning and we're going to go straight through it. On this date, Chicago celebrates Disabled Day, the 1750 birth of Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable. He was a black pioneer, trader, and founder of the settlement that later became the city of Chicago. DuSable was born from Saint Mark Saint Sante Dominique, now Haiti. His French father had moved there and married a black woman. The Sable is believed to have been a freeborn around the 1770s. He went to the Great Lakes area of North America, settling on the shore of Lake Michigan at the mouth of the Chicago River with his Potawatomi wife, Kithawa, Catherine. The British arrested him in 1779 for the defiance of the crown and took him to Fort Mackinac. There he managed a trading post called the Pinery on the St. Clair River in present-day Michigan, after which he returned to the site of Chicago. By 1790, the Sable's establishment had become an important link in the region's fur and grain trade. In 1800, he sold out and moved to Missouri, where he continued where he continued. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. That was my mother. She sent me a message, said that she's not feeling well. All right. Okay, let's get back into it. Okay, so the British arrested him in 1779 for the defiance of the crown and took him to Fort Mackinac. There he managed a trading post called the Pinery on the St. Clair River in present-day Michigan, after which he returned to the site of Chicago. By 1790, the Sable's establishment had become an important link in the region's fur and grain trade. In 1800, he sold out and moved to Missouri, where he continued as a farmer and trader until his death. But his 20-year residence on the shores of Lake Michigan had established his title as Father of Chicago. Jean DuSable died August 28th, 1818 in St. Charles, Missouri. All right. So this is if you want the reference to this article in reference, the Encyclopedia Britannica 15th edition, right? And it was copyrighted in 1996, Encyclopedia Britannica Inc. Okay. All right, so that's Gene DeSable. That was the founder of Chicago. Oh, you know what? That's not my mother. That was Arawak. Okay, Arawak said that he's sick. Okay, all right. So yeah, right. So the importance of this article is to show you that again, like the connection between all of our people, it is so strong. It's so strong that you know what I mean. Like the stories that's been told throughout history that to make it look like our people's never had anything, that we weren't evolved in business, technology, and all these things, and how they came here and they saw us as these primitive people. It's just not true. It's not true, right? And look, they still have the bust of this man to this very day in Chicago, Jean Baptiste, right here, Point Disabled, right here. They still have his bust right here. You see what I'm saying? His mother comes from a tribe from the mainland, right? Well, his wife comes from a tribe from the mainland. His wife, right? So we have to understand the relationship between the Arawakan people and between our brothers and sisters on the mainland from all throughout the entire Americas. We have a very strong relationship with each other. It is just that somewhere down, going back into the early 1900s, coming on up, we were taught to segregate from each other. Certain events happened through history that segregated us from each other, right? This is what happened. And some of these things, we're going to get into some of these things. I'm gonna let Vibes continue on with the other article. All right, Vibes.
All right, so you want me to read the one about IIT?
Yeah. You want a screen share?
Yeah. Hold on there. Let me
All
see.
right, all right.
All right.
Oh, Prince. All right, Prince. I hope you feel better, bro.
All right. Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right. So this is called the IIT district, right? And it's a general history, right? It says African Americans began settling on the southwest edge of Durham, North Carolina, shortly after the Civil War. The community came to be known as IIT, a name whites commonly use for black settlements. Um, okay, Anderson 155. Originally simply a labor pool for Durham's tobacco warehouses, IIT soon began to prosper. In 1911, when Booker T. Washington visited IIT, he found a city of Negro enterprises whose citizens were shining examples of what a colored man may become. IIT was home to North Carolina Mutual Insurance Company, Lincoln Hospital, and after 1910, North Carolina Colleges for Negroes, later North Carolina Central University. For African Americans traveling through the Jim Crow South, IIT was a valued stopping place. Louis Armstrong and Cab Calloway performed there. IIT also had a homegrown music scene in the Piedmont blues, nurtured by native sons like Blind Boy Fuller. I know this person. He's from actually the Bahamas, I think, and Bull City Red. But IIT's value to African Americans lay as much in its very existence as in its entrepreneurs and musicians. In the days of segregation, IIT was a place where African Americans could eat in restaurants, practice their trades, and call each other Mr. and Mrs., where they could stop being colored and simply be people.
Mm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
now,
So,
oh, okay, go ahead.
mhm. No, you continue.
You want me to read the rest of it?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So this is the destruction, right? This is how it ended, right? Ironically, the civil rights movement victories played a role in the decline of black communities such as Haiti, when African Americans would won the right to live as citizens and consumers in the white world. Haiti's businesses had to share their limited pool of customers. However, according to historian Jean Bradley Anderson, urban renewal dealt Haiti its death blow. In 1958, the Durham Redevelopment Commission adopted a plan to renovate 200 acres of Haiti. Citizens whose homes and businesses were demolished for the renovation were promised compensation as well as new building. Today in
Your
the
your mic
today
is breaking up. Yeah, your mic breaking up.
is it all right?
Yeah, it's good now.
Okay. Today in the place of homes and shops runs Durham Expressway, 1407 through 1408. That's it.
All right. So, now something that was mentioned here when they're talking about the urban renewal. Let me just say this about urban renewal, right? And when you guys go and do the research on it, you'll see we've done videos on it before, but let's retouch on it. Anytime you look into your community and you see that your city is doing what they call urban renewal, what that is, it is gentrification. It means they're getting ready to push you out of your community or the communities that you've lived in for generations, and they're getting ready to put new folks within that community, right? So when your mayors, your governors, or your councilmen are saying, "Oh yes, urban renewal," that is their code talk for we're going to kick you out your community. We're going to raise the prices on everything, do anything we can to get you up out the community. What you're going to start seeing in buildings that the government gave you a hard time in saying, "Oh, we don't have enough money to fix it right now." You're going to see that they're going to start getting fixed up. You're going to start seeing signs on empty lots saying, um, "The Board of Housing Development on property now," right? They're going to on these properties that you've been complaining about for years, right? So when you see that start happening, the next thing that's going to start happening is you're going to start seeing if your community was chocolate looking, it's going to start being looking more like the first set of people you're going to start seeing is the Hindus. Then you're going to start seeing what they call Mexicans. Then you're going to start seeing all different type of races of folks coming up into your community, and you're going to start seeing less and less and less and less of your people. Then you're going to start seeing how the jobs are situated within the community. Is you're going to go into your 7-Eleven or your Dunkin' Donuts or your supermarkets, and you're going to see one specific type of people working in each establishment and not yours. Less and less of yours, right? That is urban development, is gentrification, right? It is the moving of the original people from their area out of that area and sending in other folks within the area to whom they'd rather have in. Then you're going to see a better acting police force also as well. That's going to start coming in, and then you're going to see the officers more active in the community also as well. You're going to see the police training is going to be different. It's going to be less hostile, right? Because the folks that's going to be moving in the community are the ones that you know they don't frown upon. Okay, and we're going to get into also why that is also as well, because there's been so much things that's been going on throughout the history that it just went underneath our people. You see what I'm saying? Live in Raleigh and they would post about it on every block. Yeah, that's true. Aboriginal TV one, right? Because even where I'm at, they got the big signs, urban renewal, all throughout this. Urban renewal. I'm gonna tell you what they did. They built a brand new college, right? And mind you, they got like 7 colleges within damn near walking distance, right? And they built a brand new college, all solar paneled on the roof of this brand new college. And when you walk past it, now this is still predominantly a chocolate community, but you can see the areas where it's taking a hold fast. When you walk past this college, all you see is Caucasian children all throughout this. And this is a new college in a what they would call a Negro community. This is urban renewal. Now, when you go into the businesses, now majority of the businesses um are European Puerto Rican owned businesses now, the corner stores and stuff. The big they it's this is planned, people. And I want to show y'all something. The corner stores or the European looking Puerto Rican Dominican owned businesses. Then the barbershop starts coming into play to be so. Then when you look at the big chain supply stores, those are what you call those so-called Jews who owns those businesses. You see what I'm saying? These are what's going on around here where I'm at. So the little man that had his little business on the corners, and I'm not going to make this sound like this is just one direction. Our people don't support each other. And some of these businesses that went out of businesses of our people in the community is because our people don't support each other in today's time anymore. If it don't have a certain brand name on it, if it don't, if an hip hop artist ain't pushing a certain clothing line or certain this and certain that, or oh this type of fancy water or name brand this and that, our people ain't buying it. We don't want it. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? If Tasha next door makes clothes from her basement and stuff, and she's looking for the help to get support for that business so she could go ahead and open up a store. Oh, nah, you made that in your basement? Nah. You see what I'm saying? She has to work 100 times harder than the average person just to barely get her stuff out there. This is what's going on with our people. Right? On top of that, when these folks already have the plan for the urban renewal that they have going on, which is gentrification. You got to know these. They have their code words in which they talk. Urban renewal, gentrification. Urban renewal, gentrification. That's what it is. Right? Like this is this is crazy, folks. This is crazy. Vibes, you want to get into did we get into the article to where when they was talking about the 5,000 people that teamed up to get the folks them out of their lands and their houses and stuff?
Actually don't remember which one that is.
I think the link was in the
it's in the same link.
I think it's close close towards that. I think it was a wiki article that Prince had pulled up. If we could dig that up, right? We want them to see it instead of we just telling them like this is what happened, right? We want them to see it.
I can't find it.
Can't find it.
No.
All right. Let me try to look for it and then get into it. All right. Give me 1 minute, family. Right. There's this article that I really want you guys to see, and we're gonna try to pull it up. Right. Matter of fact, let's see. I think Prince is listening. Prince, if you're listening, right, just send us the email to that link to that article. Right. Because in this article, what it's letting us know is this. It's in the article it says that the free white people, and the Europeans teamed up in a group of about 5,000 and went to go burn Negroes out of their homes, right? To take their homes and their businesses. This is what was happening in America. Now we know free white people that they're speaking of are Negroes, but which type of Negroes? You see what I'm saying? Are they the American Indian Negro, or were they the European Negro, or the folks who today put white as their status, who we call Africans,
Okay.
right?
He put it in the chat.
He put it in there. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Good. You can read it.
So it says the Springfield riot of 1908, right? And it says was a series of violent actions initiated against African Americans by a mob of about 5,000 white Americans and European immigrants in Springfield, Illinois, between August 14th and 16th, 1908. Two black men had been arrested as suspects in a rape and attempted rape and murder, respectively. The alleged victims were two young white women and the father of one of them. When a mob seeking to lynch the men discovered the sheriff had transferred them out of the city, the whites furiously spread out to attack black neighborhoods, murder the black citizens on the streets, and destroyed black businesses, homes, and state militia. Homes. The state militia was called out to quell the rioting. That sounds like that's like the same story, right? The same
Yeah.
strategy that they use. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Continue.
Um, the riot trials and aftermath was said to be one of the most well documented examples of complex intersection of race, class, and criminal justice in the United States. In 2008, an NPR report on the centenary of the race riot said that the fact of it is taking place in a northern state, specifically in the land of Lincoln, demonstrated that blacks were mistreated across the country, not just in the South, and described the event as a proxy of the story of race in America. At least 16 people died as a result of the riot, 9 black residents and 7 white residents who were associated with the mob, 5 of whom were killed by the state militia and 2 committed suicide. It was mistakenly reported for decades that blacks were responsible for white deaths and that more whites than blacks had died. Personal and property damages suffered overwhelming by blacks amounted to more than 1,500,000. 150,000, approximately 4 million in 2018, as dozens of black homes and businesses were destroyed, as well as 3 white-owned businesses of suspected black sympathizers. As a result of the rioting, numerous blacks left Springfield, but it is unclear how many moved away permanently. Although in the following months, over a hundred riot related incidents were issued, and some pled to minor violations, only one alleged rioter went to the trial and conviction for lesser offenses.
Oh,
Of the two accused black men who were the initial focus of the lynch mob, one was eventually tried and convicted and hanged. The other was set free near the 100th anniversary of 2008. The city of Springfield erected historical markers and memorial statue. The riot was a catalyst for the formation of the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, organized to which the civil rights for African Americans. All right.
wow. So, all right. So in this, in the art, what was the name of the article again? Vibes.
The name of the article is The Springfield Riot of 1908.
Okay. So the name of the article, for those who are interested, is called interested in it. It's called the Springfield Riot of 1908. All right. So in there, I want pay attention to the words that they use. Oh, there you go. Vibes just put the link in there also as well. Now, when they're speaking of free white people, right? Remember today when you look at certain videos, like even certain Moorish videos where they're telling you to put white as your status on these documents, or when we understand that when the Africans or the darker you Egyptians or Kemites that you might, whatever you want to call them, when they come over here to this hemisphere, they put white as their status when they're coming over here. So when they're speaking of these free white people, don't think that they're speaking of Caucasians, because they said free white people and Europeans, right? Free white people and Europeans. So when our people like Tulsa, Oklahoma, and these events that was taking place, these weren't just Caucasian folks that was doing it. They, again, when I tell you that that when you're looking at Africa, Europe, and what they now call India is all connected, right? And the new faces and even the old faces of these planes all move together as one people. The ones that don't move together, you'll see them on the Ottoman Islands, the Sentinel Island, the islands off their coast. Those are the ones that has nothing to do with what the mainlanders are doing. So the mainlanders of the African continent, Europe, Middle East, India, so on and so on, they teamed up. There's a group of folks of all of these people that are here that has been burning our people out of their homes from ever since they got here. Businesses, and when they burn them out of their homes and their businesses, they move into the communities and they divide up. Hey, you get the laundromats, you get the hardware stores, you get the restaurants right here. Okay, you want to set a restaurant there? Okay, you have a set of restaurant here. We call this Chinatown. We call this Little Italy. Here goes Little Mexico here. Here goes Little Africa right here, and so on and so on. And then you got your Hindu spots. Even when you go in New York or you go into Queens, you see a Hindu community, right? And then you see it how it's divided up into the businesses down to even the taxi business, right? So when they team together and burn you out of your community, out of your business, this is the secret now. This is why when you say, damn, the difference between African Americans and Africans, and why police only shoot down African Americans and not that much Africans. Within what, 17 or 20 years, past 17 or 20 years, it was only what, 2 Africans that got shot, right? And every year it's at least over 100 African Americans that get shot. You're not the same people. You are not the same. We come from the same planet, yes, but you're not the same people. Understand this. You are of American Indian stock. You are of the old world, the old civilizations, the old ancestors. They are a new breed of people. Their whole thing is to mimic you, take your identity, and take what you have. It is like when the younger sibling is jealous of the older sibling. Understand this. And wants to be just like older brother or older sister. But it's not quite there yet. Okay? Understand this. Peace, peace, Jamie. Peace, peace. When you're hearing white people and white people and white people, we always have this image in our heads, because what they do is they show us the image of all these Caucasians around a tree with our peoples being lynched and literally being barbecued on a skewer also as well, right? So what we got to understand is we got to go back to the mindset of what did these words mean at that time? What did free white people mean? Who was it also based and put towards? It wasn't just the biracial children. It wasn't just towards them. It was towards their parent who came here underneath the status of white. They formed an army and militia. This is why when you're seeing these folks a part of these Negro folks wearing the Confederacy flag and these things, now you're knowing what their union is. These societies, right? All these societies, now you're knowing what their union is. They formulated a group throughout history. Rosewood, Tulsa, Oklahoma. And why did they do these? Why did they do this? because these a lot of these areas was filled with oil. True or false, vibes?
Yeah, that's a fact. That is a fact. A lot of the areas are full up on oil and resources that the what you would say Indian ancestors had, and they know that they were there for thousands of years. You know what I mean?
Now, a lot of the tribes that they're saying are extinct, right? They're not extinct. They just displaced you. They got rid of all the documentations to prove that your existence is here, but your bloodline still stands. And they were also adopted into other clans. Now, right? What they did was they took the names of the tribes that were supposedly extinct to get the land. So when we're saying that these the folks in the BIA, they have over 100 million acres of land, this is how they got these lands. They got these lands from you, from your people, from when they was burning you out, which you see them clearly doing in California right now today and all through the Americas right now today. They're doing the burnout right in front of your face. That means they either about to start drilling those lands for oil, because when they're ready to go drill for oil, they have to get rid of the trees and the animal life. They have to get rid of all of that. That means they're about to start digging and fracking for all sorts of oil, right? And they need the peoples them up out of those areas. Understand this. This is again in front of your face. That's an aggressive form of urban renewal, gentrification. Push you out to take what you have. And what's the most important thing that you're learning in these articles is our people always had businesses. Always. So when you see these folks trying to get you to sign applications and stuff, talk about put white as your status, you're going against your ancestors and you're identifying as the folks that literally burnt out your people out of their homes, took the clothes, the sterling silver, right? All the potteries out of the houses, right? Took over their businesses when they went homeless, because they had to now turn us into the lowest of the lowest, right? And then in their movies, they paint us as the big bad black characters, right? The males, and then they paint the females as a whore or one that would betray her male counterpart in a heartbeat. Untrustworthy, clumsy, right? And then they show these films all over the world, and people all over the world that once revered you as idolized you because they knew what your ancestors stood for and what your ancestors did throughout the entire world, they now look at you as being low. So they come here with utter disrespect towards you. They even teach them before they come here to look at you disrespectfully, to treat you in a disrespectful. They literally teach them that
That's
before
right.
they come here. Go ahead, Vibes.
That's right. If you guys seen that video that the girl did from the Congo, mind you, she's not from West Africa, right? She's from the Congo, right? She said, right, what she thinks of us is that we are a product of interbreeding with the slave master, right? She says that we are not pure Africans or whatever the hell she thinks African is, because we know that Africans are not from Africa, right? But the point is they teach their people that we are like dirt to them. Okay.
Yes.
Mm.
So this is a wake up call for all of us, right? Because throughout the whole time throughout history, I was always thinking, oh shit, when they're saying, well, white us and white folks is burning us out, I was thinking it was just only Caucasians, right? But when you come to understand that dark skinned folks also as well, because white is a status, right? Because white is a status.
Uh, okay, yo, Ronald, dog. What Africans? They're not from Africa, right? If you was in the last couple of live streams, right, you only know that there is a small amount of real Africans that I guess they got there, right? They were there first, right? There's not many First Nation Africans, right? whatever you want to call them, continental African. There are not a lot of First Nation Africans, right? Many African people today, they were pushed out of their lands from the Hindus and Arabs and the people who sided with the British, right? If you know anything about Kemet, right, you know that they were invaded like 5 times. They were invaded by the
Exactly.
Chinese, invaded by the Persians, they were invaded by the Arabs, and then they were invaded by Napoleon. So that means they said that we're invaded by the French, right? And um, when you listen to their oral stories, they'll tell you, "Well, I'm a Babylonian, or I'm this." The Hatanat migrated from where, right? The Sentinelese, they're not from Africa. They've always been there, right? They don't explain these things to you because that means that then they'll have to like tell you other stuff like, okay, well, a landmass used to be here, right?
Mhm.
Or land is missing from here. They have to explain those things to you, and they're not going to do it. So
Like even when you look at the Sentinelese, right? Remember, they're telling you that the Sentinelese are Africans, but then in the same breath they're telling you that the island has never been explored, and that these people has been on there for over 60 to 70,000 years that they know of, right? So if these people have been on there for over 60 to 70,000 years, how do you know that they're Africans? Because they've always been where they're at. What they're trying to do is they're trying to take their land from them by changing their identity. Because when they change the identity of the people and no one says anything, they can usurp your land. They can usurp who you are. They can now come in and replace you because you didn't speak up, you acquiesced. You didn't speak up and say, hey, 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 hold on there. What's going on here? This is my land. This is where I've always been. You see what I'm saying? You haven't said that. Like, so what they're going to do is they're going to come and take the land, claim the land as theirs, and claim the names of the original people that was there as being them, and then live on there and enforce this certain type of structures on you, certain type of codes and ordinances on you, right? This is what it is. At Kim Lakes, I am rushing to declare my more. Yo, Ronald, get out the room.
I
Right?
mean, I mean, like if you are truly Moorish, right, as you say, as you truly
Then
Moorish,
you're not
that is what
you're not from here. You're in foreigner. So if you're a foreigner, go declare your Moorish nationality and go to Africa. That's it.
it
Right? We don't want no time for nothing. I mean, you're African. So what you doing here? This is for American Indians.
right.
I don't know time for you. Get out of here. So let's just do this, and then let's not just let no one on disrupt the chat, right? Yeah, when y'all see folks like that come in the chat, just you know what, we're never gonna do that. Just put him on timeout or delete him. Yeah, there we go. And let's just get back to it, right? Because he's a moron. Because we know we have a lot of undercover Moors, you know, within the community also as well, and we know who some of y'all are.
Mm-hmm.
So don't do it. Don't do it. I suggest that you humble yourself and behave yourself. Don't do it. I was laughing. My Lord. And what your Moorish names is and your titles that y'all go by. So do not do it.
Let hey, I want to say something, right? All right. I know I know a lot of people like they like to think that, oh, the Moors are here mixing in with the Indians and stuff like that. Look, man, they were Muslims at that time. Okay, they were not Muslims at that time. Okay, so you guys coming with this Muslim shit, this Judaism, what I don't know what it is, but they were not Muslims at that time. There's no possible way that they went from coming from the East Atalans, right? And then converting into Muslims. Okay? So that's it, man.
All right. So at Tone 360 dialect. So we as Africans can't even listen to your info. I never said that. I never said that. And if you feel a way too, you can dismiss too. Plain and simple. Like I'm not doing no nonsense with nobody no more. right? So don't put words in my mouth. I was addressing Ronald that's blatantly trying to be disruptive, right? If you want to be African and you're African, that's fine. But if you're going to come here to disrespect the platform and the chat, then you can go kick rocks. And it's simple.
That's
That's
right.
it.
That's right.
You can leave. You don't got to stay here. No one is forcing you to stay here. You want to listen? You don't got to be in the chat to listen, right? The information is for everybody. But if you're gonna come here and try to be disrespectful, right? Because he plain and simple said, "Oh, so I gotta go." He's advertising Moorish nationality. That's what he's doing, plain and simple. And a Moorish and African, and we're not Africans. So me saying that we're not Africans to you means, oh, if you're African, you can't listen to the info. Then that's on you. That's what your ears heard, but that's not what I said. Plain and simple. I am an Awak. I'm an American Indian.
Yeah.
So this info is to educate not only people all over the world, but how they've been duped in and out of their history. Plain and simple.
That's right.
We're not pussyfooting around nothing here. We're not. This is what it is. Never heard this of this ethnicity. You can't listen. That's what you're trying to do. So whatever you're trying to paint over here, I'm telling you, don't do it. Go back over to Sanchez. Yeah, go ahead. Right? They think we don't know.
Yeah, man. Like we you know we love everybody. You know what I mean? We love all indigenous people around the world. You know what I mean? Indigenous, Aborigine people, dark skinned people, original people. We don't deal with the colonizer, right? And the colonizer, it comes in all colors, right?
Exactly.
And
Like, go ahead, vibes. Go ahead.
no, I'm looking at his response.
Like,
Looking at
here's the thing, right? Because here's the thing. I'm speaking to Ronald, and I don't know where Tone heard. Oh, so if we're not African, we can't listen to your stuff. I never said that. I never said that. You see what I'm saying? And these are the things that we have to stop doing. We have to stop putting words in people's mouth that people never said. Right? We got to stop doing these things because now it's to me like you're painting the platform or the person bad to be some form of a bigot, and there's no bigotry here because yo, some of my family members they dip and some of the males in my family they're rolling stones. All right, but I am true to the history of my peoples here, and I will not stray from that. That's just what it is for me. I will not stray from the history of my peoples here, right? Will not. I know that throughout from the day was able to see things for myself and in these going into these school systems, I was always taught to go against my ancestors in these school systems, right? So this is what it is. All right, so we're gonna get into some more of these articles, right? So we did gene disable. We could close out this right here. All right. We're going to get into some of these languages also as well, right, people? One sec. Let's pull this up. All right, so we saved some of these on here, but the source of which we got this from, which we're going to pull up, is Revolvi, right? .com. Matter of fact, let's hold on. Let's get to that. Start off with this right here. Okay, we want to start off with this here. We're going to show you a lot. These things are not coincidences, right? I want y'all to see something and see how the usurpation is real and how they're using a lot of our youngsters to do so with this false identity of being African. For an American Indian to proclaim to be African, you're usurping the other man's culture and identity. That's not right. We don't want them to do it to us, and we're doing it to them also as well. Now, we always hear the term Haruru. Haruru, everyone. Haruru. Please. Now, I just find it to see how this is too similar with this. The Uru. This is from Revolvi.com. All right. Now, some of the articles I had to save on my docs because I just had a feeling like if I came back, it was going to be hard for me to find them. So I saved them in the docs, but it came from this website. So if y'all want the source, when I start reading from the docs, this site is a source. All right. So this says the Uru language, most specifically known as Iru, Itu, and Uchumataku, right, is an extinct language formerly spoken by the Uru people. In 2004, it had two remaining native speakers out of an ethnic group of 140 in the La Paz department, Bolivia, near Lake Titicaca. Now, let's keep going. The rest, the rest having shifted to Amaya and Spanish, the language is close enough to the Chipaya language to sometimes be considered a dialect of that language. Olson in 1964 mentions a variety of Uru, Uru of Chimu, spoken on the Isla del Sol in Lake Titicaca, right? Does some of these names, aren't some of these names sounding like something that y'all heard in Black Panther? Just keep going. It is not clear if this was a dialect of Uru Itu or a separate Uru language. Identifying Uchu Uchumataku due to one of the Uru's name for their language, Pukina. Some linguistics have grouped Uru with the Arawakan languages or have accidentally mistaken Uchumataku with Pukina, while the personal and possessive pronouns of the older unrelated Pukina are similar to those of Arawakan languages. Uru differs drastically from Arawakan languages in its person making system and its morphology. Uchumataku is known for being related to I, um, Aymara, right? Now, y'all ever heard of in the mythologies where they're speaking of Amara, right? Amara, which is one of the fallen angels, right? When they're speaking of the three daughters that fell to earth, and this is how America, Antarctica, and Africa or Asia was formed. And two daughters was living, and one died, and one of their names was Amara. I think the other one was Eve, and the other one was God damn it, I forgot the other one's name, the third one's name. But these names are going back into these mythologies also as well. As when we read along and we're digging into this information, we're coming across a lot of things that are sounding so similar to what it is that's being portrayed in front of us today as to be some form of Afrocentric identity, and it is not. Right? It is not. Okay, and other Adean languages with borrowed grammatical and lexical morphemes from a prolonged exposure to Amara and a very similar pronoun system to Chipaya. However, Uru has many differentiating differentiating features like not being polysynthetic and having a five vowel system: A, E, I, O, U. While Aymara, which is polysynthetic and has a three vowel system: A, I, U. Also, Uru does not identify gender morphologically as Chipaya does. Okay, so references here. It says Uru at Ethnologue at the Ethnologue in 19th edition 2016. Um Hammerstorm, Harold, Folkel, Robert. Okay, these are the references. All right, to this article right here and to the language right here, the Uru language. So when you see it, I'm saying Hururu. This is what they're speaking of. It is this language that they're speaking of. It is not African.
Hmm.
It is not African. It is South American,
Right.
right? It is South American. It's not just an Arawakan language because branches of this language is going to come down throughout the entire Americas. Okay? This is why all of our clans could understand each other. This is why our languages weren't too far apart from each other.
So can I address something in the chat?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So Star asked what Seminole meant that had Arawakan origins, right? Since you were reading
Mm-hmm.
about this.
Yeah.
Personally, right? Uh yes, yes, the word yes, it would have Arawakan origin or it would have American Indian origins, right? The word was supposed to be Cimarron, right? And it would mean flight of the arrow, right? And if you study the war tactics of the Indians, right, you'll notice that they didn't open field arrows, right? They didn't open
Mm-hmm.
field arrow. What they would do is that they had bunkers, right? They had these bunkers in these forts, and then they would defend themselves from those forts onto any invader, right? And so and again, like with the Sentinelese, right? They haven't spoke. I don't think they've spoken to the Sentinelese. That's just a name that they're giving them because Sentinel means a defender, right?
Mm-hmm.
So because I seen chat was saying Sentinel means soldier. Well, I guess it would mean soldier, but Sentinel means a defender. So these words are similar in a way, right? Wild. I mean, to be honest with you, it's kind of like saying it's kind of like the N word. It's just like okay, wild, uncivilized, savage. You get what I'm saying? It's just something
Yeah.
that they have been doing to our people. That's about it.
And even why it even fits them because why every time they try to encroach on their land, they kill one of them, so they're defending their land.
All
You
right.
see what I'm saying? Because even with the missionary that they claimed got killed, no one saw no body, no one saw them burying a body, no one has yet to show them killing this person, no one has showed them yet to burying this person, but still, it is still a saying that they have attacked folks that attempts to go up on their land. So that they're defending their land. Those who are trespassing on their land. Okay? So yeah.
All right.
All right. Let's get into other article. There was another one of indigenous languages.
And
Let's
since
see.
you're there, right? We know like the Arawak. There's an Arawakan group that existed in the mainland, right? They existed in Georgia. The Altima River, right? The Altima River,
Mhm.
the Olmecs, the Arawaks, the Mayas, they all used to come visit that river. That's why when the scientists when they dig up artifacts and stuff like that, and they start to see Olmec artifacts, Mayan artifacts all up in the South in Georgia and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because we
Yeah.
and it also said that I think it said that the language is related to one of the Creek languages.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. The Arawakan language that was spoken in Georgia was related to one of the Creek languages, the Creek family.
Like that's what I'm saying, folks. Like this is the our history intertwines with each other. Our history intertwines with each other, right? So like when we're putting information out there, when we're doing our research into our history, all of our paths are going to cross. They're all going to cross. What's it? Hey, American Indian Council. I'm dropping in for a moment to show love to my brethren. Mad vibes. Shout out to DMX. Keep teaching and leading.
Just
All
like
right, peace, peace, American Indian. Peace, peace.
just like with
No doubt, no doubt.
the Yamasi, right? The
Yeah.
the Yamasi is they are the link to the Olmecs, right? They are the link to the. Oh, okay. I need to answer my phone. Give me a minute.
All right, go ahead. I'm gonna read this article. All right. So again on revolvi.com, right? Revolvi.com. We have this is Indigenous Languages of the Americas, right? And we're going to get into this article also here as well. Let me see if it's for some reason like this thing is it's acting up today. Let me load up the whole thing fully because yeah, like I want to go through this thing without no form of glitches, no nothing, because this is it's important. You see what I'm saying? This is important. All right, so indigenous languages of the Americas are spoken by indigenous peoples from Alaska and Greenland to the south tip of South America, encompassing the land masses that constitute the Americas. These indigenous languages consist of dozens of distinct language families, as well as many language isolates and unclassified languages, right? And notice when they're speaking of it, they're showing you Mayan artifacts, Mayan or Aztec artifacts right here, also on the side of it, right? Right, like they're telling you, they're telling you. Many proposals to group these into higher level families have been made, such as Joseph Greenberg's Amerind hypotheses. This scheme is rejected by nearly all specialists due to the fact that some of the languages differ too significantly connections between them. According to UNESCO, most of the indigenous American languages are critically endangered, and many are already extinct. The most widely spoken indigenous language is Southern Quechua, with about 6 to 7 million speakers, primarily in South America. Thousands of languages were spoken by various peoples in North and South America prior to their first contact with Europeans. These encounters occurred between the beginning of the 11th century with the Nordic settlement of Greenland and failed efforts of Newfoundland and Labrador. And the end of the 15th century, the voyages of Christopher Columbus, several indigenous cultures of the Americas had also developed their own writing system, the best known being the Maya script. The indigenous languages of the Americas had widely varying demographics, from the Quechuan language, the Amara, Guarani, and Nahuti, which had millions of active speakers, to many languages with only several hundred speakers after pre-Columbian times. Several indigenous Creole languages developed in the Americas based on European indigenous and African languages. Now, here's where we have to understand this. We're at the point now we know they didn't bring no Africans here as slaves. They did not. What they did was these folks came over here underneath the identity as immigrants, as white people, as white. Their status is white, right? They had, just like many other folks who came from many other countries from the Western Hemisphere, they have contracts with the corporation, the United States corporation, to usurp your lands. So that slave story, that's hogwash. The slave story was this. They named, when they're saying African slaves, they're not talking about folks that came from Africa. They're talking about the folks that they took from the mainland and from the islands and was shipping back and forth. Back and forth. throughout this hemisphere, throughout the Caribbean islands, coming up into all the way up into North Central America, going back up into South America. This is what they was doing, and then they labeled you in their things as Africans. They weren't speaking of folks that came from Africa. They were talking about you, the Indian. That's what they were speaking about.
Yeah,
Okay.
and when they say
Yeah.
Creole, right? When they say Creole, they're saying remnants of the indigenous language plus the trade language, right? So English is a trade language, French is a trade language, right? Spanish is a trade language, right? Because those languages were developed afterwards, right? They came here speaking Latin, right? They came in speaking Latin, so they developed these languages afterwards, right? Don't let nobody tell you Creole is African or whatever it is, because it's not. Okay, Patois Creole is they have their own Creoles, right? They have their own. They have their own indigenous Creoles. So where they are from are pigeons, and okay, and then we have ours, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, like, I want folks to understand something. I know my reading is choppy at times, right? But understand this: you got to pay attention to how these people write these articles. They're telling you, they're literally telling you in these articles, like what the agenda is. And look, we had to write it this way, but they're leaving clues within the article itself to let you know, well, we're not speaking of people that from over across the seas. We're talking about you right here still to this very day. So these folks that write these articles, you can see where, damn, I'm being forced to do this, but I'm still going to leave clues to those who come and can catch on to what the article is really saying, to break it down to exactly to what the article is really saying. And this is what we want with all of you, all of the people out there, not just the folks who are American Indians, not just the folks who are from the Americas, people from all over the world. When you're reading your history that other people write, understand how these people are actually writing this history and what exactly the article is really saying. You have to start getting now into the mindset of the person that's also writing this article the best way you can and break it down. Then you have to put key things that's in the article to the history that you've already dug up in the history. Like if you have already debunked the entire slave trade, and you know the slave trade did not happen, no, there was no Africans brought over from Africa to brought here Turkish. So now when you know when they're saying African slaves, and you already found out that, hey, what they were doing was taking folks from South America, folks from North America, folks from the American Caribbean islands, and just moving them back and forth up and down the shores. That's what they were doing. So you know now that when they're speaking of African slaves in the Americas, they're talking about you. They're not talking about Africans per se from Africa. They're just throwing the African to throw you off so that you won't understand that, oh shit, they're really talking about us here. And what they did was just threw that name out there for us to think that we came from all the way across the seas when we did not.
In Jamaica, right? When you look up the so-called first slaves, right? They'll say that they're from Ghana, right? But the real first slaves, right, were from the Iberian Peninsula, and they came and they came there to be shepherds, cowboys, and overseers, right? So there's two kind of slaves, right? There is a slavery where they were pardoned because they were criminals and they had to work for like Columbus or work for Explorer or work for like Hernandez, right? And then you had the slavery where we were in debt to them because of trading. Okay, and they declared some type of religious whatever on us, right?
Which will also bring into the whole Setsquay Act and all these other acts, that religious doctrines also that has come across throughout the generations of the history of our ancestors that has now passed over onto us, right? So you know these things are important to understand and learn these things, right? All right, so let's get back to the top to the background part of this article, and let's get back to the rest of it, right? Oh boy. All right, so the background. Thousands of languages were spoken by various peoples in North and South America prior to their contact with Europeans. These encounters occurred between the beginning of the 11th century, which with the Nordic settlement and Greenland and failed efforts in Newfoundland and Labrador. And the end of the 15th century, the voyages of Christopher Columbus, several indigenous cultures of the Americas had also developed their own writing system, the best known being the Maya script. The indigenous language Americas had widely varying demographics. From the Quechuan languages, and also Quechuan languages, yeah, is someone already put it in chat, it's spoken predominantly through Peru also as well, right? From the Quechuan languages, Amara, Guarani, and Nahuti, Nahutul.
That is to the supposed Aztec language.
Okay. Which had millions of active speakers, too many languages with only several hundred speakers. After pre-Columbian times, several indigenous Creole languages developed in the Americas based on European, indigenous, and African languages. Mind you, the African is not an African, it is an Indian that they're speaking of. Okay? The European colonizers and their successors states had widely varying attitudes towards Native American languages. In Brazil, friars learned and promoted the Tupi language. In many Latin American colonies, Spanish missionaries often learned local languages and culture in order to preach. Get this straight, in order to preach to the natives in their own tongue and relate the Christian message to their indigenous religions.
See, there it is.
That means our people weren't Christians. We weren't following this Christianity in the way how these folks are speaking of. What these folks literally did was they came here, they took our our spiritual system, they reformatted it, they took our history of what they knew from when they were over on the other hemisphere, because remember, our people circumnavigated the earth. So our history is vast. So when they're speaking of Columbus, and Columbus read the books of the ancients, remember they're telling you Columbus read the books of the ancients to learn about the rest of the world. That means Columbus is reading books that pre-existed him. That was way before him, of ancestors and ancestors and ancestors that has been around the world. Our people been around the world. This is going back towards even Prester John. We've been around the world and came back home, and we left our mark, and the history was documented all over the world. Okay, so did Columbus really got lost when he came here? Especially when the folks that sailed Columbus's boat here were dark-skinned folks, whom they now call Moors, right? And we know that our people has been doing business with the other dark-skinned folks on the eastern hemisphere for generations before the Europeans even came into the existence of what we know them as now today. Right? So did Columbus really get lost? I don't think so. All right. So let's start it back. The European colonizers and their successors states had widely varying attitudes towards Native American languages. In Brazil, friars learned and promoted the Tupi language. In many Latin American colonies, Spanish missionaries often learned local languages and culture in order to preach to the natives in their own tongue and relate the Christian message to their indigenous religions. Right? This is how they usurped your language, your culture, and then twisted it around and gave you hogwash. They coded it in a codex, a book that they called the Bible. In the British, you were saying something, Vibes?
don't forget the Tupi is the ones where they call Negros de Terra, right? The blacks of the land. Go ahead.
Now go ahead. You want to go in on that?
That's all I want to say.
Okay. All right. So Vibe said that the Tupi was who they called what? Vibes.
Negros de Terra, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And this, the more we dig into this stuff is what we're finding out is a lot of the darker you folks, the names that they called them by had some form of a terror in it, like the Tartarian people. Well, let's keep going though. Let's keep going. Quick see messages and just in the British American colonies, John Eliot of the Massachusetts Bay Colony translated the Bible into the Massachusetts language, also called the Wampanoag or Nartic. In 1661, 1663, he published the first Bible printed in North America, the Eliot Indian Bible. So when you see these tribes now, these clans now that's claiming Christianity, this is where they got it from, right? The version of Christianity that they're claiming, this is where they got it from. And when you're seeing these tribes now, a lot of them, you're seeing the folks that came and usurped their religious practices and turned it into what we now call Christianity and corrupted it and gave it back to them. You're seeing a lot of their descendants that are now inhabiting these tribes, these clans, carrying on the fraud that's still going on. Okay? This is what's going on. All right. The Europeans also suppressed use of indigenous American languages, establishing their own languages for official communications, destroying texts in other languages, and insisting that indigenous people learn European languages in schools. As a result, indigenous American languages suffered from cultural suppression and loss of speakers. Cultural suppression, right? So what we now are speaking Ebonics, Patois, the form of Creole, right? That we're speaking. If you hear the how our brothers and sisters in the South, the Midwest, how they speak, each have a different type of tone, different form of dialect, right? Of how they speak. And when you trace back certain words that they use, you can trace it back to the ancestors, right? But what we did was we adopted also not only the foreigner's language into our native tongue and created a new form of language, which is why remember in the mid early 2000s, the colleges started pushing to learn Ebonics because they didn't know what we were saying, right? They didn't know what we were saying. So what did they do? They used the children to start teaching them what we were saying. They made a curriculum in colleges. They made a curriculum in colleges about Ebonics so that they could catch on and know what you're saying. Because how could you keep a people oppressed? How could you conquer a people mentally for it to pass over into the physical if you don't know what they're saying? What if they want to create what if they want to rise up? You don't know what they're saying. It's like during World War I with the wind talkers when they were using our American Indian brothers as code talkers and the there was the Japanese or the Chinese, the Vietnamese didn't know what they were saying over the waves. Right? They didn't know up until the early 2000s, mid 2000s what we were saying. So they had to ride our wave. So they opened up the colleges them to start teaching Ebonics. And they got your children and more so to open up to speak this language to them, to teach them it. And then teachers started teaching it. Then high schools, Caucasian high schools started learning it. And then next minute, you see little Asian children with flat tops, afros, right? Putting in extensions in their hair and stuff to create a flat top and an afro. All these things. You're seeing the replacement of you take place right in front of your eyes. Wake up. Okay, the Bible is a historic record of the Negro history. The colonizer took it and came up with the New King James Version, gave it back to. There you go. You got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Without the allegory.
Without the allegory. Without the allegory, yes. Without the allegory. That's true. All right. Okay, so let's go back. The Europeans also suppressed the use of indigenous American languages, establishing their own languages for official communications, destroying texts in other languages, and insisting that indigenous people learn European languages in schools. So you see that? They went generations teaching you their language in school just to come back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s to learn back your language again so that they can continue on with another 100 years of oppression on you, right? In schools. As a result, indigenous American languages suffered from cultural suppression and loss of speakers. By the 18th and 19th centuries, Spanish, English, Portuguese. Now, pay attention to even Portuguese because those who they're calling a also said to be the original Portuguese that migrated, like Vibes was saying earlier, it's a minute amount of people who are actually Africans, and they ended up being Africans because they were pushed out of one region of their lands up into another region of land, right? So this is why when you always hear them tell their oral history, they're always saying it from a migrational standpoint, right? So it is said that the Ashanti, who they call the Ashanti over there in Africa and in Ghana and stuff, migrated from Portugal. They're the original Portuguese, right? Okay, so English, Portuguese, French, and Dutch brought to the Americas by European settlers and administrators had become the official or national languages of modern nations, states of the Americas, excuse me. Many indigenous languages have become critically endangered, but others are vigorous and part of daily life for millions of people. Several indigenous languages have been given official status in the countries where they occur, such as Guarani, Paraguay. In other cases, official status is is limited to certain regions where the languages are most spoken, although sometimes enshrined in constitutions as official. The language, the languages may be used infrequently to infrequently in de facto official use. Examples are Quechua in Peru and Amara in Bolivia, where were in practice. Spanish is dominant in all formal contexts. So the original languages is used as in a de facto way, meaning that they're still trying to say, well, it does, y'all can use it, you know what I mean, behind the scenes, however y'all use it in your private capacity. But when we're on the mainstream, this is the language that you're going to use here, even though Spanish is a second language to those in South America and in the islands of South America. It is known as the second language. It is not known as the indigenous language or anything like that. It is known as the second language. Okay? Spanish is dominant in all formal contexts. All right. In North America and the Arctic region, that's why I keep telling y'all, look, man, don't stray from Antarctica because on the old maps, when they draw South America is literally touching Antarctica. And when you look up the etymology, when you go into the oldest etymology dictionaries, South means above the horizon. South was really the top. So when they're even speaking of this North Pole, it's really Antarctica, but it's the South because South always meant on top. All right. So South America, when they draw South America on the old maps, it's touching Antarctica. Okay. I want y'all to pay attention. Okay, in North America and the Arctic region, Greenland in 2009 adopted Suit, Ka Lao Li Suit, as its sole official language. In the United States, the Navajo language is the most spoken Native American language, with more than 200,000 speakers in the southwestern United States. The U.S. Marine Corps recruited Navajo men who were established as code talkers. Remember, we were just talking about that? As code talkers during World War II to transmit secret U.S. military messages. Neither the Germans nor Japanese ever deciphered the Navajo code, which was a code using the Navajo language. Today, governments, universities, remember I just said that what they did with you with Ebonics, huh? With Ebonics, they call it Ebonics just so that they can turn it into a curriculum in the schools. Universities and indigenous peoples are continuing to work for the preservation and revitalization of indigenous American languages. Now, when they're saying that, they're literally saying, yo, we're going to teach our children these languages while we continue to gentrify you, push you in corners and corners and corners so you don't have nowhere else to go more than just to either become servants, indentured servitude, whatever we want to call it. And then we're just going to take your identity overall and use your language that you taught us every day on you.
Yeah,
Yeah, bro.
somebody hit chat for some reason.
Someone hit Chad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the other day, I could one time I could see him, and then all of a sudden he just disappeared. And I don't know who did that, and I don't even know how they did that.
It was a mod,
right? Yeah, I modded him. I modded him just because when they had hit him, I went specifically on Chad's page and modded him, and then he was showing up in the chat, and then somebody went back. Someone has this YouTube hack.
No. I seen it. I seen who did it. David, where are you, man? Cause stop messing with Chad, bro. Like David Corey, stop messing with Chad, bro. I seen that.
David, I don't see David on my stuff, bro.
David Corey. You have a mod named David Corey, right?
Yeah, but I don't see him in here.
And he blocked Chad, and I don't understand what he said. Yeah.
Yo, cut that out. Cut that out. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
In American Indian languages, the historical linguistics of Native American, 1997, Lyle Campbell lists several hypotheses for the historical origins of Amerindian languages. This is getting interesting. Okay. A single one language migration not widely accepted. A few linguistically distinct migrations favored by Edward Sapir. Multiple migrations. Multilingual migrations, single migration, multiple languages. The influx of already diversified but related languages from the Old World. Extinction of Old World linguistics. Relatives while the New World ones survived. Migration along the Pacific coast instead of the Bering Strait. Migration along the Pacific coast instead of the Bering Strait. You know, that word always got to me. What is the word barren anyway? Like, let's look up the etymology of the word barren, right?
Yep. It's going to be a good one.
Because why these people always say, "Oh, we came across the Bering Strait." I don't know what y'all talking about. What Bering Strait y'all talking about? No, that's not it. W9. Oh, wait, I think I added on too much stuff. It's etimonline.com. Let's get rid of this 9 right here. Okay, here we go. So what is barren? Oh, Bering Strait, a sea between Alaska and Siberia, named for Danish explorer Vitus Bering, who worked for Peter the Great and led the first European expedition to sight Alaska. So when these folks are saying we came across the Bering Strait, what are they like? What are they really talking about? Right? They said that they said Africans migrated across the Bering Strait and came down here. You hear what it's saying right here? What Bering is? Strait and sea between Alaska and Siberia, named for Danish explorer Vitus Bering, who worked for Peter the Great and led the first European expedition to sight Alaska in 1741. Now we could go on. Let's go on to Google, right? Let's go on to Google and do this then.
Well, the Bering Strait, right? Well, they took it back, right? And remember, it was a land bridge, right? And then they said,
Yes,
okay, it's not a land bridge; it was an ice bridge, right?
it was an ice
Right.
bridge. Now, let's type it in right here. There we go again. Same thing, right? Danish explorer who explored the northern Pacific Ocean for the Russians and discovered the Bering Strait, 1681 to 1741. Synonyms: Bering, right? And they spell it Behring. Vitus, Bering, Vitus, Bering, example of navigator in earlier times, a person who explored by ship. A person who explored by ship. So they're saying that you walked. They walked over the. These folks are lying.
I mean, okay, all right. Look, the Native Americans say they crossed the Bering Strait. Those are the people who said that they crossed the Bering Strait, right? And we know
Yeah.
that those Native Americans, they're not talking about they are like the last migration, right? They don't know how our stock got here, right? But
Nope.
they do know how the second wave came, right? And we know that those pale skinned Mongols, right? Those that is the last wave. They came AD. They came when Genghis Khan he was, I guess he was exiled from Asia, right? They came in 500 AD, right?
Yeah.
And when they say the Mongols came, uh the second wave, they weren't Mongols, they were Australords, right? They were Australords when they came,
Mhm.
right? So and we know this because you see all the incidents that happen in Peru and all the other places with the last migration of these quote unquote Mongols. And
Exactly.
Mongols and Mongoloids and people of Mongol or Asian descent, whichever they want to be, right? They will tell you that they mutated from Australoids. That's what they say.
That's true.
So
That's true. Now,
and
our brother even mentioned. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, our brother even mentioned Genghis Khan, right? And his folks' migration over here, right? Now, when I was watching 432 drop the other day, he was breaking down part of the history of Prester John and Genghis Khan, right? And how he was breaking down the history of part of Prester John and Genghis Khan. He was letting it be known that Prester John could have been either Genghis Khan could have been Prester John's son or adopted son, right? It's more so his adopted son because Prester John told Genghis Khan, Prester John told Genghis Khan that he can't marry, right? That means can't mix the bloodlines. The bloodline is not of his bloodline or not of the bloodline of the Indians can't marry into the bloodline of the Indians, right? But Genghis Khan knew his way. The Mongols knew their way over here because that was Prester John's adopted son. You see what I'm saying? So when they came over here, they was coming over here for refuge.
That's right.
They were running away. So they was coming over here for refuge to the Indians. Just like even when you read some of the William Penn's documents, letters, when William Penn is letting you know that his very own European brothers marked him as dead on sea and land, and he came over here and he married into the peoples over here to proclaim back his living status back into Europe. William Penn.
That's right.
This is why his documents, his letters are so important, right? The status of nobility and royalty starts with you. This is why they also intermix with you. The noble and the royal bloodlines starts with you. Right. Okay?
And with the Siberians, it's like, yeah, when they tell you that the Siberians were living with us, yeah, they were living with us. You know what I mean? Yeah, some of them intermarried, but when the Europeans came, right, they decided to turn on the tribes that were mistreating them, right? Allegedly, they decided to turn on the tribes that were mistreating them. So they turned on the Aztecs, they turned on the Incas, and well, they didn't turn on the Maya because the Mayas migrated out, but they definitely turned on the Incas, right? And they turned on a lot of people in the mainland, right? This is why you see that some of the northern tribes, they mixed in with the northern tribes and they started to push a lot of people down south, right? That's where you hear the story about the bunkers and those forts that were made, those way called quote unquote palenques, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those are what those palenques are for, because the people was being surrounded.
Exactly. Right. So we have five. Five says what? The influx of already diversified but related languages from the old world. Extinction of old world linguistics relatives while the new world ones survived. Migration along the Pacific coast instead of the Bering Strait, which we already broke down what Bering is, and they already told you what the strait is also in that. Okay, this says Roger Blanch, 2008, has advocated the theory of multiple migrations along the Pacific coast of peoples from northeastern Asia who already spoke diverse languages. These proliferated in the New World. Okay. And here it goes down to language, families, and unclassified languages. And these are notes, right? So, folks, let's read some of it. Extinct languages. Our families are indicated. Extinct languages or families are indicated by the number of family members is in parentheses. For example, Aruan means the Aruan family consists of 9 languages. For convenience, the following list of language families is divided into 3 sections based on political boundaries of countries. These sections correspond roughly with the geographic regions North, Central, and South America, but are not equivalent. This division cannot fully delineate indigenous culture areas. There are approximately 296 spoken or formally spoken indigenous languages north of Mexico, 269 of which are grouped into 29 families. The remaining 27 languages are either isolates or unclassified. The Nadene, Algic, and Uto-Aztecan families are the largest in terms of number of languages. Uto-Aztecan has the most speakers, 1.95 million. If the languages in Mexico are considered mostly due to 15 million speakers of The Nahuatl, the Nadeni, comes in second with approximately 200,000 speakers. Nearly 180,000 of these are speakers of Navajo and Algic. In third, with about 180,000 speakers, mainly Cree, Ojibwe. Remember we spoke on the Ojibwe people the other day vibes and the other live that we did. All right. Nadene and Algic have the widest geographic distributions. Algic currently spans from northeastern Canada across much of the continent down to the northeastern Mexico. Due to later migrations of the Kickapoo, with two outlayers in California, Yurok and Wiyot. Nadene spans from Alaska and Western Canada through Washington, Oregon, and California to the U.S. Southwest and northern Mexico, with one outlier in the plains. Several families consist of only two or three languages, demonstrating genetic relationships has provide as proved to the diversity present in North America. So now this is it gets more and more difficult the more and more the genetics is watered down, or the more and more you are gentrified from your areas of living, right? This is what they're pretty much saying to you, right? The more and more you are pushed out of your regions and these new faces come in and are taking over these regions, that your languages are that could lead back to who you are going dead. Okay? So this is what it's saying. All right. So which is it's real interesting. However, after decades of research, a large number of families remain. North America is notable for its linguistic diversity, especially in California. This area has 18 language families comprising 74 languages, composed of four families in Europe: Indo European, Uralic, Tauric, and Afro Asiatic, and one isolate Basque. Basque. Another area of considerable diversity appears to have been the southeastern United States. However, many of these languages became extinct from European contact. See, even when you're being breaded out, pretty much is what it's showing you from European contact, and as a result, they are, for the most part, absent from the historical record. This diversity has influenced the development of linguistic theories and practice in the US. Due to diversity of languages in North America, it is difficult to make generalizations for the region. Most Northern American languages have a relatively small number of vowels, i.e., 4 5 vowels. Languages of the western half of North America often have relatively large consonant inventories. The languages of the Pacific Northwest are notable for their complex phonotactics. For example, some languages have words that lack vowels entirely. The languages of the plateau are have relatively rare pharyngals and epiglottals. They are otherwise restricted to Afro-Asiatic languages and the languages of the Caucasus. Ejective consonants are also common in Western North America. although they are rare elsewhere, except gained to the Caucasus region, parts of Africa, and the Mayan family. Now, see, they're trying to now again when they're speaking of Africa, we know now that the supposed slave trade never happened from no Africa to the Americas, right? So when they're speaking, anytime they inject Africa, they're talking about the American Indian. This is just to throw you off. It's to throw you off to make you think that you can't find your peoples, because apparently, also through the history of the languages, you can find your people, especially if you still know the name of the language and what your language is. That your grandma, your great grandma passed down this information to you. You could go back and find your peoples all throughout South America, North America, and the islands. Because these folks up into parts of up into South America, the islands, right, and portions of North America, they still know the language and to who they are. You're going to find people like that. So you're going to find your peoples through that way also as well. All right, we could stop it here. But these are a list. This is a list of a lot of these languages, right? Now, this word intrigues me, Uto, right? Because Uto reminds me of the word Ute, right? Ute or Ute. Let's go back to our.
Yeah, and remember, like, our Awak told me that "o" means you, and in Jamaica we say "uno" means you all,
Yeah,
right?
exactly,
All right.
exactly, right. So now let's see what it says here about if it comes up with this word here. So when you type in Uto as it comes back Soshan is Uto Aztecan people of the Great Basin. The name is unknown origin, first applied 19th century to Eastern Soshanis or Wyoming related Soshanian, right? Then they got Pima. Oh, this is gonna be very lovely. Pima, Uto Aztecan people of Arizona from Spanish, probably from native Pimac, right? I don't know, given in answer to some question long ago and mistaken by Spaniards as a tribal name related to Piman, right? Now, here we go. Utah, U.S. territory organized 1850, admitted as a state 1896 from Utah, name of the indigenous Uto Aztecan people of the Great Basin. Let's click on this. There's more to it. Let's read back the whole thing. U.S. territory organized 1850, admitted as a state 1896 from Spanish Utah, name of the indigenous Uto Aztecan people of the Great Basin, modern English Ute, perhaps from Western Apache, Athabascan, Yuda, high in reference to living in the mountains. Yuda, Yuda, high in reference to living in the mountains, right? Here's where they always link you back biblically again. Yuda, Judah, okay? They always link you back to it. Always. All they did was just took your history, took your culture, and just flipped it around, made a little altercations, and gave it back to you also in an allegorical form as well in the book called the Bible. Understand this. So when we speak of the Creator's laws and even sovereignty in these things, this is what these is going back to. So if you don't understand that book, or not just the Bible, but even the Quran, these supposed religious books, if you're not understanding these books and you're not reading with understanding, you're going to be lost to what's happening directly in front of you, and you're going to take the difficult way every single time to try to get something accomplished, where you're going to have to consistently bang heads with these people just to get your point across.
Mm-hmm. So when they're saying, so when you guys say the Most High people, right? Who lives on the mountains, right? Who lived on the mountains from back then, right? The mountains that stretch from all the way to from Alaska all the way down to Peru and Chile. That's how long that mountain is. Those are where the ancestors
Exactly.
lived. So that's what
Exactly.
they mean by the Most High people.
Most wise people. And then don't forget the mound builders. The mound builders that lived on the mounds, that had houses on the mounds.
Mm-hmm. Well, those mount well though to me, from what I think, those mounds used to be pyramids and structures. It's just that Earth is
Mm-hmm.
taking its toll on it. So
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Like it is so much, right? What is this? Let's read this part right here. In Central America, the Mayan languages are among those used today. Mayan languages are spoken by at least 6 million indigenous Maya, primarily in Guatemala, Mexico, Belize, and Honduras. In 1996, Guatemala formally recognized 21 Mayan languages by name, and Mexico recognizes 8 more. The Mayan language family is one of the best documented and most studied in the Americas. Modern Mayan languages descend from Proto Mayan, a language thought to have been spoken at least 4,000 years ago. It has been partially reconstructed using the comparative method. They reconstructed the language, right? So down here they give you a list of the languages that they've reconstructed it from, also as well, right?
yeah, they had to try and reconstruct it because people dig it. Yeah, I mean, they got to
Yeah.
reconstruct the oldest language because they have so many there, and
Yeah, and they're given a heavy list right here as well,
yeah.
right? Yeah. Yo, here goes one of the list of the languages. Number 27, Yuman, United States and Mexico. Yuman. In Jamaica, we say, yeah, man. Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, yo,
Yeah.
yo, man. Right? This is to show you. This to show folks like, yo, pay attention. This is so deep. Like right in front of our faces. Guatemala is full of Negroes. Yeah, there's an article. I think I saved it. If we come across it in this live, where it's letting you know that Brazil never had no slaves. No slaves came to Brazil. No slaves came to Brazil. What they were doing was they were taking the folks off of their own lands and deporting them to other areas like Honduras, Guyana, and Grenada, throughout the Caribs, throughout portions of South America, and throughout portions of North America. That's what they were doing. They weren't even enslaving some of these folks. They were just taking them off like the smaller islands to the bigger islands, taking them off of those areas and throwing them on the mainland. That's what they were doing,
Mm-hmm.
right? So they had to do that to disrupt, to mix up the people, right? So that now when you look at the smaller islands, you see a lot of colonial colonizing forces that set up businesses and establishments on these islands. And you're like, what happened to the original people? They're you. You didn't mix you up and destroyed your paperwork, whatever paperwork they had for you. They destroyed them, or they got them hidden somewhere. And then they put their children or foreigners in your government to keep the secret going.
Right.
This is what's going on. Wake up. All right. So, although both North and Central America are very diverse areas, South America has a linguistic diversity rivaled by only a few other places in the world, with approximately 350 languages still spoken and an estimated 1,500 languages at first European contact. The situation of language documentation and classification into genetic families is not as advanced as in North America, which is relatively well studied in many areas. Kaufman, 1994, 46, gives the following appraisal. All right, so this is his article. This is an article. Since the mid 1950s, the amount of published material on I think what is that? I think that's San Antonio, South America. On South America has been gradually growing, but even so, the number of researchers is far smaller than the growing number of linguistics. Now, the reason why it's gradually growing because again, it's a migration of folks that is not from this hemisphere and going in there. And the more they go in there, they're in mixing their languages and fusing it with your language. So there's a different language all consistently now being created every time you turn around, right? So these are the migrants that migrated onto your land
Mm-hmm.
here.
You see that? You see that Waro thing? That Waro is where the Tupi used to live. These are the people who kicked out the Tupi.
Okay. Your wife said you're a little low vibes.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah,
All right.
maybe I need to turn it. I'm gonna turn up your thing.
Okay.
All right, it should be good.
All
So
right.
tell them
So
what you're saying now.
the Waro, right? Those are the people who came in, and I guess the Spanish took these Asiatic looking people, right, and replaced the Tupi with these people. These are the Raro, right? That's that
Mm,
they took over the Tupi's land. All that the side there on the side, those are the Tupi is the one who came in contact with the Spaniards in South America, right? Those are the
hmm
first people who came in contact. And this Waro is this is what they falsely say that the Tupi spoke, but that can't be true.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
all right. So there you have it. Also, people. At David Corey. Oh, the way to unblock Chad is you gotta just type in Chad Murdoch in the and his page is gonna come up. When you go on his page, you just go to either it's gonna have the flag. You're gonna see the flag there in the, or you go to the about option, and you're gonna see it there. You click on it, and it's gonna say unblock, and you just unblock him from right there. All right. Critical thinking, peace, 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 family, peace. Right. All right. So let's get back into this right here. I saw it back from the beginning. Saw it back from here. Since the mid 1950s, the amount of published material on South America has been gradually growing. But even so, the number of researchers is far smaller than the growing number of linguistic communities whose speech should be documented. Given the current employment opportunities, it is not likely that the number of specialists in South American Indian languages will increase fast enough to document most of the surviving South American languages before they go out of use, as most of them unavoidably will. More work languishes in the personal files than is published. But this is a standard problem. It is fair to say that South America and New Guinea are linguistically the poorest documented parts of the world. However, in the early 1960s, fairly systemic efforts were launched in in Papua New Guinea and that area. Now, if you know Papua New Guinea's majority Negro people, so you can see why it's poorly documented of the languages because again their people have not predominantly taken over those areas yet.
Mm-hmm. And if I'm
Okay.
not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, Waru, that I think if I'm not mistaken, that means to walk.
Yeah.
So it'll tell you something about that says a lot. Okay, they're not the
Mhm.
Tupi. They're not the Tupi.
Okay, so and that area much smaller than okay. Here we go. Papua New Guinea, and that area much smaller than South America. To be sure, is in general much better documented than any part of indigenous South America of comparable size. As a result, many relationships between languages and language families have not been determined, and some of those relationships that have been proposed are on somewhat shaky grounds. Now, let me tell you something. They've just introduced Christianity and the nunnery into Papua New Guinea, right? So you have the females of Papua New Guinea now taking on Christianity. Now, I've learned something also when you watch the wars that the tribes were having amongst each other in Papua New Guinea, it was bloody and savage, right? But such is life still. And the first people that these missionaries approached over there was the females. They went to the females to convince them to become nuns because the males had that much respect still for the females. So when the females will turn Christians, they will now bore children that they're now going to turn their children Christian and take them into the Christian hospital to get them to give birth in the Christian hospital to get them the Christian documentation. And when they get them the Christian birth certificate, birth registration forms and documented, then they're going to get them baptized underneath the colonizers' Christian God, usurping their identity,
Right.
taking away everything that is theirs, and changing their tribal, their cultural identity right in front of them, slowly but surely, until they're not in existence anymore. Okay? All right. So, yeah. All right. The list of language families isolates and unclassified languages below is a rather conservative one based on Campbell, 1997. Many of the proposed and often speculative groupings of families can be seen in Campbell, 1997, Gordon, 2005, Kaufman, 1990 to 1994, Key, 1979, Lakota, 1968, and in the language stock proposal section below. And here it's another set. It's another set, right? And look, here you got a language called the Barbacan, which probably is where you will get your barbarian from, right? Your Barbacan, right? Your Baroan, your Kudan, your Caribon, right? And we show that Caribon is from South America. They have a land in South America called Caribon, right? And which are the Carib Indians also as well. Okay. Which also now also partially occupies what they call the Caribbean also as well. Right. Look, like the amount of references that this site gives you, it's no joke. It's no joke at all that the site gives you. No joke. Here you got a language called Quasi, and then someone went and created a fake holiday and called it Kwanzaa, right? And here's where they got Quasi. Here's where they got it from. And they sold you on some African stuff. Yo, this is deep. Do I even want to go any deeper? Yeah, let's go. This is deep. This is because it's a lot. A lot of stuff being unlocked here. So we're seeing that this this
Malibu.
agenda this agenda to usurp your identity is well planned and well organized by some deep pockets,
Yeah,
right? By
I
some
just
deep
seen
pockets.
Malibu. I didn't know Malibu was a language.
Malibu, where?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mutu is Mutu here. There's Natu. Let's see if I see Malibu. Yes, Malibu is also a language. Here goes Malibu. Malibu, also known as Malibu, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Oh, look at that.
this is no joke. Pre-Arawakan languages of the Greater
Yeah.
Antilles, right?
There's
Well,
there's a place still called that. Like,
Guantana, Guantana Bay, right? Which is again now this is why they have Guantanamo Bay in Cuba because the folks in Cuba are Arawaks, are of the Arawakan Empire, okay? Not Taino, right? And Nitaino and Taino is not even the same thing. Just to let y'all know that. It's not the same thing. Right? So the pre-Arawakan languages of the Greater Antilles, Guantana Bay, the Macrox, the Macros. I can't even pronounce that. I'm gonna try. But yeah. And they got Peruvian, right? Which goes back even up into Peru also as well. And see some of these languages go back up into Bolivia. Atlantean section of the Sakura, which goes back even up into the Atlantean and back into Peru, Colombia, Brazil, and on and on.
oh shit,
Right?
Catalan. Oh, okay. I gotta say
You
that.
see it, right? Yeah, and the Zingu also as well. And don't forget, we say Zingu, right? We call we pronounce the X Z because that was the original pronunciation of the X. When you see X, don't call like when you see XI and they say phi, it's Xi. It's Xi, right?
Right.
Because X is originally pronounced Z, right? That's why we don't say X Amika, we just say Za Ma Ka, right? So yeah.
That's right.
This is no.
Since we're there, you want me to read this thing?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So this is a screenshot from the book Haitian Annals. Um, you gotta mute.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me mute it.
So, well, this is the American nations, right? The Haitian Annals, right? It says of the Taino dialects collected from Roman, Columbus, Dangeria, Nunez, and Las Casas, Herrera, Gili, and Humboldt, Vater, etc. Another of the 150 words of the Kari and the Irie language of the Arawak Islanders out of Dudley, Rochefort, etc. I will be enabled to translate and elucidate nearly all the Taino historical names and allusions so as to clear up the annals by original etymologies. The anthropology will be Spanish. J must be pronounced as um, KH and X pronounced as SH. So what this is saying is that these pronunciations were adopted because of the Spanish.
Wow. See, learn something new every day, people. Give me 1 second. Let me see what's doing that ping ping sound. Well, vibes. If you got information that you want to drop, you can drop it, and then when we come back, we take back off from where we at right now. All right. Let me just step out real quick because that sounds like water running in my kitchen. All right. Like if any one thing, it's the next. But go ahead, vibes. You got it.
All right. So the nation who furnished these annals was the Haitian of Haiti, the branch of the nation dwelling also in Cuba and filling the Lucayes and smaller entities whose collective proper name was Taino, meaning noble, but they acknowledged as brothers many tribes of the continent under the collective name Guatayos, brothers. This was ascertained in 1520 by Figueroa C. Pereira. These Guatayos were the Arawak nations and tribes that were not cannibals. These tribes are enumerated by. So, what that is saying, that the cannibal misnomer was also given to Arawaks, right? And is Taino is a recent label, very recent. As a matter of fact, if I remember correctly, it came about in the 1800s. All right. Okay. So let me go to this book. Let me see what you guys say in the chat. Um. So all right. So all the people of the Caribbean, right? They, right? It means they now actual,
All right, I'm back.
right? Okay.
Keep going.
And then L means son, tribe, child. He is, right? That's why. So L, and like places like El Dorado, right? Those are the meanings of L, right? Okay. Hi. You see this right here? Hi.
L also go back to the biblical concept of angel,
Right.
also as well.
I
Yeah,
think I have that right here.
yeah. It's in there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, you see this? Okay, where was I? I was at high, right? You see high indication here. Okay, they took that and you say ha as yes and certain. And when the Asians say hi, right? They say that as in yes. Okay,
Yes. Hi. 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 Hi.
and look at this
Yes.
I. You see this? The sign of life and action. The I. You see that I? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and it, man, male. And you see me, mine, right? So when you hear people in Jamaica say me, my, you know where it came from. It came from the Arawakan people, right? You see me,
Yep.
me, the thing, my thing, right?
Yosemite.
And up, right? Up, dead. This is where opia comes from, right? This is where the misnomer obia comes from. Up, dead. And you have another meaning for male. You have another meaning for male. It says male, people, men. All right, now here's the Taino thing, right? You have Tai, Tayo, brother, friend, good. All right. So all they did was add in an N or an O, right, and said Taino. And you see, old, ancient. When you use the old when you use the old spelling of Arawak, you get holy, old, and ancient, and something about land. Instead of the new spelling of Arawak meaning starch eater, which don't make no damn sense. So Zem, angels, deities, idols, supposedly, but we know Zemi is an ancestor too. Angels are ancestors, and you see Zai, strong, pungent, pepper, right? So when they call, so when the Olmec, so when they said the Olmec called themselves the Zai or the Shi, right? They were calling them. It means that they were strong, right? So there is a language, and now with the Olmecs, and you have Zik, king, ruler. And let me go up to, where is it? B. Bibi. So Bibi means mother, right? Bib, life, wife, and mother. Bibi. It's kind of fun. It's kind of funny how people, how that slang that was created when in Atlanta, where he said, "What's up, B?"
Yeah, and you know what? Um, with it up in my ear and a marvel, we'd have a woman where we'd call Miss Tuntun, right?
Uh-huh.
Call her Miss Tuntun. That was her name, and
Mm.
she had a son where she did name Bibi, meaning mother's child.
Right. You see it? You see it.
So
All right.
yeah,
So Ba and Baba I know Baba means father. So when you do this talk, when you do is like, oh, Baba means father, ancestor, dwelling, right? It's not African.
yeah,
And you see, Boer. See that? Boer, all they did was add an LA to it. Boer, labor, work, vassal, service.
yeah.
So
Wow. Hold on, vibes.
yeah.
David Corey said he can hear but he can't see. Try to refresh your browser on David and see what happens. Try to refresh your browser. All right, just try to refresh it. And at Chad, I I'm not the one that blocked you. Only the person that blocked you can unblock. Well, I'm gonna try to see, but I'm gonna have to do it when the live is done. All right. So just log on in your other name because I know you got another name. All right, go ahead, guys. Go
And
ahead.
then it said ma, right? So we know that mama was used to say mother and also in Arawak. You gotta mute.
Yeah.
And so mommy's great, big mother, larger, increased mother's water, etc.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, here's another one. Right? You have chi. When the Asians say chi, to us it means active, soul, work, and wine, lively.
Hmm. See, like this is what we got to understand, people. This is the old world. When they're speaking of folks that was living a certain way as primitive, our people literally went around the world and modernized a lot of cultures, taught them a lot of things. So they adopted a lot of stuff from us, right? when these cultures who are ancient to their people over there in the eastern hemisphere came into the technology, we started dealing with each other through barter and trade with each other, right? Then wars came, and then came colonization start sinking in because you're going to have jealousy and envy, and you're always going to have that one person that's out there that always wants to be you and be like you and will do anything they can to get what you have. And then it's so funny when they get it, and they when they get what you have, because some of them sometimes do get it, they're not satisfied. They want more and more and more till there's nothing left.
Mm-hmm. I
Okay.
have something interesting here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, if I'm not
Nah,
mistaken,
Benny. No, Corey. Don't. It's cool. I'll try to figure out how to unblock Chad, or all Chad have to do is just create another name. What's his name? Chad Murdoch too, right? And he'll be good. You know what I mean? It's cool. It's cool.
oh, you got the echo.
Yeah. All right. Let me mute. Let me mute.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. So, in Ghost, right? Ghost, Duppy, and the J stands for Jamaica, right? All right. And Wood, Micah, Jamaica again. And we see, and we know that this is most of the word of Jamaica, right? So what does the J mean? The JA mean? So half of the word means wood. Does JA mean water? Right? If Jamaica means the land of wood and water, right? Then what does the JA mean? You have the dog, the alco dog, right? The alco is also is one of the the species that we had. We had dogs here, okay? Alligator, caiman, right? Or caiman, right? And then you have noble, and this is very interesting.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Not to cut you, right? We still have that dog up in the mountains, right? Because remember when even the when the Yankunkun they was here, they confirmed that the dogs are still up there in those mountains that still go off and hunt in the wild when they hunt the wild boars and other animals that is still in the jungle
Mm-hmm.
of Jamaica right now to this very day.
That's
That
right.
those dogs literally go off and still go hunting. All right. So go ahead. I'm gonna mute back out. I'm gonna mute back out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The dog is a silent dog. It's a silent hunting dog, right? It's a silent hunting dog, and it was good because it wouldn't reveal their location to outsiders, right? So, and in this one right here, noble, right? And I'm pretty sure this is the T, to, mato, Cuba. And if I'm not mistaken, that guy from the Smithsonian, isn't he from Cuba, right? So it's very interesting that he didn't know this. He did not know this, right? That noble, this is one of the words for noble. Okay, because I remember he did a diary, or he did an article about it, comparing what noble meant to the Garifuna, what noble meant to the Lacona, what noble meant to another tribe, and they compared it to another tribe, four tribes, and they said that Taino does not mean noble, and it really doesn't. But it's funny that he's supposed to have, he didn't know this, and you work for the Smithsonian, okay? Now, white, warm, cozy, right? Cozy. Maybe whoever wrote this down, but maybe whoever wrote this down meant to put an O. Warm, cozy. I don't know. Makes sense to me though. Um, and yams, right? Yams is this kind of looks like mames to me. Mames, but it's supposed to be mams or yam. Maybe, like I said, whoever wrote this down didn't write it down properly.
Maybe it was meant to be pronounced Kusi. All right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is that a
Kusi.
D? The guy like it look that's an S.
Yeah,
Cusi.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right. I'm a mute.
Um, Up. Here we go again. Here we go again. Right. So one of the islands that start with a B, I think. In Puerto Rico, right? Borican, Puerto Rico, right? Noble means di tai, di tai, di taino. Okay, di taino, right? And snake means Baba. I know that already.
Oh, Ditayano,
Yeah, di taino, something like that, right?
Ditaino. Yeah.
Yeah. There it is. Because the Y makes that sound, right? Yeah. Um. All right. Bananas, right? Bananas, camois. Don't recognize that. Um. Hog, right? Hog. This looks like swine without the W. So that's very funny. It looks like swine without the W, right? Pretty
Yeah,
sure.
because you got to remember we didn't have W in our language, right?
Right.
So what it would have been, it would have been then a U instead of the W, or two U's, right? Instead of the W, because we didn't have W in our language. Yeah.
Right. So here we're about to so I see this right here, right? We're about to debunk voodoo, right? I tell people all the time, voodoo is a misnomer. It's gonna be what it's gonna be called is something from your language, not someone else's language. Spirits, OPM, OPM, right? And the E stands for the Ijiri or Irie. Yeah, it was Irie. I'm pretty sure it's Irie, right? So when the Rastaman say that they're Irie, they're saying that they're Arwak, the same. And you see this fo, Akani, Akani, right? So if you remove the I, what is that? The Akan, right?
Now here's what gets interesting, right? Remember, Kangas Khan is Prester John's adopted son. So now you're coming out into the origins of where the Khan comes from, right? Where the Khan comes from. That Khan, that the Akan people. Who? What is the Khan? But what does it mean towards us here in the Americas, right? Hence, King Drop went from King Drop to Khan Drop. See what I'm saying? All right, let's go. Let me. I'm gonna mute it out. Keep going, bro. There's
All
some good
right.
shit.
So again, see, I already knew this one. Mother Bibi. And this is I don't know what this I don't recognize what this is. This must be the original thing, and this must be English version. But it's good enough, right? Um Wife, Liani. How many women you know with this name? Liani, Liani. That's
Liani,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely know. Yeah, I know a Leo. I know a Liani.
Wow. Hmm. All right. Money means agukat. 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 Don't recognize that. Let's see what's this? Heaven or above. Ubek. Ubi. 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 Yeah, it looks like Ubi. Um. Oh, look at this priest. Priest. Boys. Boys is a priest. So in Jamaica when we say look a priest boy, because we don't say priest is a insult. You know what I mean? Priest is a fucking insult. You know what I mean? Uh devil, Mabuya. Right? Mabuya. All right. Oh, look at that. See, eyes, Kasi, and then scrat, like scrat. I guess like they. It's like you gotta scratch your eye. That's crazy. And then
No,
oh,
it's scrap. Hold on, let me go back to
it looks
where
like
is it?
scrap. It looks like
It's scrap.
scratch.
Yes, scrap
Yeah.
and costly.
Boat, canoe. It's supposed to be canoe, I guess. Canoe sin, canoe, stone, Sabbath, Sabbath, stone. Oh boy. So weird. So you know, say the people who practice this, and the stone is like mason, right? So this is like a jewel right here.
Yeah, now you're dipping into the Masonic stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what this is. This is why when you see, let me tell y'all some people. When you see you're always being taken away from the physical thing that you can now see and decipher the that breaks down the history, and you're always taken into some kind of metaphysical stuff, to into some astrological stuff. Always is to take you away from this, right? It is to take you away from this. When you're locked into the spiritual world, what about coming back here to this? What is the use of mastering the spiritual if you don't know the physical?
Hmm?
Right? Because you are operating in all forms. You are a soul. But in order for the soul to maneuver, you need a avatar vessel, which is your body. So if you're just going to learn about the spiritual and nothing about the physical, then your lesson is going to be incomplete, right?
Hmm.
Understand? Keep going, bro, and then we're gonna go back to the other articles. Then we're gonna jump into the artifacts that you found. All right.
All right. So we remember that Cimarron word, right? That Cimarron. So not so now So now we have another source to validate it, right? Because arrow means in well, I don't know what dialect this is according to, but this says arrow means samaro, right? Samaro. Yeah. So that is what you call an anal, right? A language that's comparable that means the same thing. Forehead desi. I know in Jamaica we still say desi. Um tongue, deal, the deal, and lips, desire. I okay. That's good. That's great right there. That's great right there, though. Uh uh let's see. Bracelet, techier. Techier. Hmm. Flying fish bohery, right? So when you see the maps where they say they had flying fish in the Caribbean, so now we have a source to validate it. Tuni fish usa. All right. Oh, and I read the original the first I read the title name the real title name to them already. You have House Boy Bohio by um his name this is Sebastian Cabot, I think his name, or Christopher Cabot. Corn Maize, we know that already. Boat Canoe, we know that. Sword Macana, we know that. And the Aztecs called their sword the Macait, right? Because the L is silent in their language, or is silent. Period. Um, in the Central American languages, good, Tom, bed, hammock, we know that already. Um, Big land, Taquino by Vespucci of Brazil. Okay, that's a key word if anyone's looking up Brazil. And knife, tars, yeah, it makes sense. Bananas, pacaras, pear, caxos, Jesus, maybe, by Cabal, meal or cassave hui, and hook, Pinder, that makes sense. And scissors, parima. Yeah, that makes sense too. Makes a lot of sense. All right, that's it for this.
All right. So I'm going to pull up the that I in the docs, right? Because the ones they're giving me a difficult time from pulling up at the on the Revolve site. So we're going to get into that. We could close out this right here. This portion of the Revolve site right here. Shut that out. Let's see what else will we have open. Oh, one little thing that I want to show folks, right? Before we even get into that. Ibaku or Ibuaku. Ibuaku or Ibaku is a river in Brazil. You know the character from Black Panther named Ibaku or Ibuaku? It is a river in Brazil. Now, they're trying to change it. They're trying to change the B to a G. Throughout history, they've been trying to change. They're trying to change it around to delete it from the search engine from the internet, right? But when you type it in, Ibaku Kashinawa. Now, pay attention. Ibuaku, it could be Ibuaku or Ibaku. Kashinawa. Doesn't that sound, the Kashinawa, doesn't that sound like it's Japanese or Korean? Japanese?
You got to screen share your stuff.
Oh, sorry, y'all. My bad. Let me get back to it. That. Here we go. So it was an article I was reading on Revolve, right? Article that I was reading actually on Wiki, and then I went to type this in, and then certain things that was coming up in here also went on Revolve, right? But they're getting rid of the Ibuaku name. Ever since the Black Panther came out, they started getting rid of a lot of stuff to cover up their tracks to sell you the Afrocentric identity of Black Panther. Don't fall for it. So when you type in Ibaku Kashinawa, right? And then the Kashinawa is also spelled multiple different ways. It's also Kazariri, right? Which is spelled K-A-X. Now remember, the X, original pronunciation of the X is Z. So when you're looking for also the Khazars or the original Khazar, it is here. It is not those Caucasians who we are giving this identity to. That's why they say they are the fake Jews. They are the fake Khazars and the fake Ashkenazis. When you go deeper and deeper down into the language of our people and go deeper and deeper and down into the oldest names of the land, for here, you unlock so much stuff. American, Indian, Japanese are always talking about an ancient samurai who was dark of you. Yeah, that ancient samurai, god damn it, I forgot his name. They made a no, it's not Sasuke. It's not Sasuke. It's a dark-skinned samurai that he was the best out of all of them. He also used a double sword at some point also throughout his life. They added him in the Fate anime. They added him in the Fate anime as one of the fighters in the Fate anime.
It's saying YASUKE.
Nah, trust me. When we get off here, I'm gonna pull it up and I'm gonna show you.
Well,
all right.
Let me answer. Well, the Japanese were ocelots. I know. They were ocelots.
Yeah. But I know what he's talking about, right? I know exactly who he's talking about. It's the most famous of them all. I'm telling you, like I know who he's talking about. And his bloodline, his I think his mother was of American Indian descent, right? As well. So when I say this shit gets so deep, this is not even funny. That's why I said the cartoons that your children are watching, pay attention Pay attention, because you take the names of those characters down and you really go do a deep search into it, you're going to see something. Well, Makadan has Yusuke. Nah, that's not. Is that? No, that don't. None of those sound like the name. I just can't. You know, when you got the name at the tip of your tongue, the pronunciation that I have don't sound like none of that. But hey, y'all could probably y'all might could be right. But let's get back to this, right? So look, when you type in Ibuaku in the search engine of Google, right? When you type it in into the search engine of Google, there's many things that comes up, right? Then it takes you down into Tara Uka, right? Uwaka, Kashinawa language, which there's some things on Wiki here, but we like to go into more sources than the Wiki also. But the Wiki also gives you some sources also as well, right? And the Tarakua Kashinawa language. Okay, they have something here down here. But when you look into the summary on the Google, it says not to be confused with Ibuaku Kashinawa language. Now, Ibuaku is the Rio. It's also called Rio Ibuaku, which is a river, but it is also a language. Now, because again the character Ibaku came out in Black Panther, they started deleting this it as being a language or even existent. So when you click on the links, it don't even they changed it. But they're so they again, I say these people, they leave back clues behind for you because they leave it in the summary. In every single one of these summaries, it's there. And in this one right here, it has Kashinawa, Kazinawa. Don't forget the X. It's a Z. Kazinawa, Tuzinawa, Kazinawa, Kashinawa, right? Kapanawa of the Jurua River is a dialect of Kashinawa of the Ibuaku River. Can't make this stuff up. It's in your face. It's in your face. And it goes back to Brazil. This is why they kill at least 24 people a day, dark-skinned person a day in Brazil, because they're making way for the Mongoloid, the pale-skinned Mongoloid descent children and European children to take over their place. This is why they're slaughtering our brothers and sisters up in Brazil today. It's to hide the truth. Your existence is the truth to their lies. As long as you exist, you are the truth to their lies. So they have to think of many ways to get rid of you. They have to put a lot of pedophilia and homosexuality now in your cartoons and your movies. They have to show the Negroid female with the Caucasian male, or the Hindu male, or the Asian male. They have to show the Negroid male with the Caucasian female, or the Hindu female, or the Arabian female, right? Or the Caucasian female. They have to show same-sex marriages between the Negroid male and the Caucasian male having a Negroid child adopted. You see what's her name, Charlene, whatever, the actress, how she has a little Negro child dressing up like a little girl. Zoe Zaldana saying that she don't like Negroes, she only like Caucasian males and so on and so, right? And she's of Cuban descent. That means she's an Arawak, right? This is what they're pushing and promoting in front of you, and your children are watching these things, and your children are being reprogrammed. Because why? You rarely see any of our peoples together in these shows anymore as a family, unless they're cooning and buffooning like the Carmichaels. Plain and simple. They don't show those images anymore. This is why it is important for us to show these images to our children in our household. You're with your woman, you show your children what a relationship between our peoples look like and how beautiful it could be. Right? This is how you kind of combat these things. Because that tele vision, that is your large program of what they would call the what's that butterfly? That butterfly that they say is the male species. The whatchamacallit butterfly. Um, the name slipped my head. God damn it. We get back to it. It's something butterfly though. It's a something butterfly. It's one of them thing butterflies, but they call it that the CIA also use as a program. They still using it every day in front of you in front on these TV shows. Netflix is the biggest advocate of it. The Monarch. There you go. The Monarch program. This is the Monarch program being played out in front of you on a large scale. You go on Netflix. That every single show on Netflix have some form of same-sex marriage between the Negro male and the Caucasian male, or the Negro female and the Caucasian female, or the biracial that looks a little bit more Negro-ish, right? With a Caucasian male or Asian male or Asian female or a Caucasian female, right? This is what they're doing in front of you. Okay? They're programming your children. When you as parents literally sit down there and have a stranger in school teaching your child about sex using dildos and this and that and same-sex marriages and stuff, and you don't come out and take your child out that school, or you don't go on a big and you don't advocate you on a wide scale like no and shut that down, then this is why they're getting away with it. This is why they can now throw in the pedophile project that they have coming on. This is why they can now push Pan Aborigine now in our community, because we know what Pan means. Pan is a pedophile. That's why R. Kelly called himself the Pied Piper, because Pan is also known as the Pied Piper. That's why he has the thing around his neck. That's Pan. Everything that was positive of our culture and our people that was off the matriarchal or the feminine power of protection and so on and so, fertility and all these things, those folks in the Eastern Hemisphere with their agenda, right, turned it into an homosexual pedophilic agenda. And when they have many teachers out there, or supposed teachers, that is a part of their organization that is now coming out trying to turn your deities into homosexuals, because that is the agenda. It is to push forth the whole pedophile thing that is going on. And you're going to have folks tell you out there, oh, no, this don't mean that. No, that version of that means that. Our version that you see over here, when you go back into our ancestral stories, mentions nothing about it being anything of a patriarch. And we're going to start showing you certain things when we get to these artifacts in a few also as well, right? Mentions nothing of anything dealing with any kind of patriarchal nothing, right? So you're able to tell who's who when you're learning this information and what is the agenda, right? All right, so let's go now into the other articles that I was able to save, right? I think this is one of them right here. I think we probably might have touched on this though in the beginning. Let's go and see. I think we already did pretty much covered Arawakan languages. There was one that I saved on Brazil that I wanted to share with the people. Right. Let's go. All right. So yes, as you can see, this is from Revolvi, right? Nothing has been altered or anything. When you go in and you type up this, you know what I mean? Just search for it, it's going to come up. It's just that for me, for some reason, anytime I see something that I like and I try to save a bookmark, it's never there. So I'll always try to save it in the docs now, right? To print it out also as well, you know, when I get back some ink from my printer, because the hard copies are very important to save. All right, so Arawakan. This is Arawakan language, right? Save Arawakan languages. Okay, Arawakan. Huakan, right? Or sometimes you could even take out the R in some spellings. The R is not there, and it's called Hahuakan, right? My Poran Arawakan, the mainstream Arawakan, which is with the W. That's the mainstream version. The original way to spell Arawak doesn't having a W in it. Is a U that it has. The mainstream version, meaning the Europeanized version, is with the W. Okay, right? Then Arawakan proper, also known as Maiporian, also Maiporan, also Maiporiano, also Maipore, is a language family that developed among ancient indigenous peoples in South America. Branches migrated to Central and the Greater Antilles in the Caribbean and the Atlantic, including what is now the Bahamas. Only present day Ecuador, Uruguay, and Chile did not have peoples who spoke Arawakan languages. Mayaporan may be related to other language families in a hypothetical macro Arawakan stock. The name Mayapor was given to the family by Filippo S. Gillies in 1782 after, after the Mayapur language of Venezuela, which he used as a basis of his comparisons. It was renamed after the culturally more important Arawak language a century later. The term Arawak took over until its use was extended by North American scholars to the border Macro Arawakan proposal. At that time, the name Mayaporan was resurrected by the core family. See Arawakan versus Mayaporan for details. All right. So this is there. Now, languages. Classification of Mayaporan is difficult because the large number of Arawakan languages that are extinct and poorly documented. It's not extinct. It's just that it's so much and it's so much proof and evidence out there to prove who the Arawaks are that they just didn't document as much as they were supposed to. Understand? So because they didn't want to document it, they just left it alone and then say it was poorly documented. Because why? The Arawaks trace back to a darker hue type of a people. Okay? Anyway, all right. So where are we? Yes, resurrected family. See Arawak in verse. Okay, classification of Maiporin is difficult because of the large number of Arawakan languages that are extinct and poorly documented. However, apart from transparent relationships that might constitute single languages, several groups of Mayaporin languages are generally accepted by scholars. Many classifications agree in dividing Mayaporian into northern and southern branches, but perhaps not all languages fit into one of the other. The three classifications below are accepted by all. Ta Mayaporian, Caribbean Arawak, Ta Arawak, Caribbean Mayaporian. Notice they didn't mention nothing about no Taino, right? Notice they don't mention nothing about no Taino, right? Upper Amazon, Mayaporan, Northern Amazonian Arawak, Inland Mayaporan, Central Mayaporan, Parsi Zingu, right? Parsi Wara, Central Mayaporan, Pyro Porus. Kampa equals pre-Adanian Mayaporan, pre-Adine Mayaporan, and early contrast between Ta Arawak and New Arawak, dependent on the prefix for I is superior, spurious. New is the ancestral form for the entire family, and Ta is an innovation of one branch of the family. All right, this is Kaufman. Following tentative classification is from Kaufman 1994, page 57 to 56. Details established branches are given in the linked articles. In addition to the family tree details, there are a few languages that are non-Mayaporan Arawakan languages or too sanctily known to classify. Kaufman, 1994, 58, which includes these. Okay, so you got Shabe, Lapachu, Morike, also known as Morik, right? Another language is also mentioned as Arawakan. And you got Saluma, also known as Salomon, Salomon, right? Of the Enwani Nawe, including the unclassified languages mentioned above. The Mayapurian family has about 64 languages. Out of them, 29 languages are now extinct. They just didn't document them well. It's not that they're extinct. Damn. It's not that they're extinct. Where are we? It just skipped. Are now extinct. Wanuma, Marate, Anuwaya, Amarazana, Amarizana, Jumana. In some places, don't they got Juma, right? Jumana, Passe. You got something to say, Vibes?
I was gonna say that Amari Zana. That sounds like that's getting into relations with the Incas.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Then they got Jumana, which is your Juma, right? Passe, Kashinana, Kawishana, Garu, Ma, Rawa, probably where your marijuana comes from. Guano, Gai, no, Gaino, Yavitero, Mayapore, Mano, Kariari, War, Waraku, Yabana, Warina, Aruan, Ego Tiano, Kal Fanan, Fona, California. Oh shit. You heard that Vibes?
Yeah, man, I heard
California. California.
Yeah, California.
Okay. Just to show y'all. Marijuana. I told all they did was took your shit. All they did was took your stuff, right? They took your language, changed around the words, and trademark and patented it. So when you're saying even marijuana, right, and all these different type of things, this is all they did. This is your stuff. Marawan, right? Marawan. And they just put the A at the end and call it marijuana. Right? Karipura, Saraveka, Castenua, Inapari, Kanamari, and then we already said those already. And then this is just more. Like, look, just do the research, people. Just do the research and just dig into this stuff, right? That's all. Just do the research. This is just a whole lot more, right? It just goes in real deep. Right? So that was one right there. Do I have any more? I think this was more articles that I had here. Central America, Sugar, South. Oh no. think this was this a Garifuna article? Northwest Amazonian, Central Amazonian. Let's see. No, this is still the same thing. Languages at least. No, this is a different one. So now here we go here. In 1783, the Italian priest Filippo Salvatore Gilli recognized the unity of the Marapore language of the, oh, here we go, of the Orinoco and Moxos of Bolivia. Now, they speak of the Orinoco River, right? And that song where it says something, fade away, fade away, fade away. That song, and she goes into speaking of the flow of the Orinoco. Like, these people know they know your stuff. They know who you are. You don't have to bang your head against the wall to prove who you are. They already know who you are. They know. Period. Right?
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, so it says here, languages of the family, the modern day. Okay, let's go back. In 1783, the Italian priest Filippo Salvatore Gilli recognized the unity of the Maipore language of the Orinoco and Moxos of Bolivia. He named their family Mayapore. It was renamed Arawak by Van den Stienen in 1886 and Brighton in 1891 after Arawak in the Guyanas, right? In the Guyanas, one of the major languages of the family. The modern day equivalents are Mayaporan or Mayaporan and Arawak or Arawakan, right? Now, this is the modern day Arawak they're speaking of. Remember, the original version of Arawak is not spelt like this, right? It doesn't have a W. It has U's in it, and it doesn't have a K. It has C's in it, right? The term Arawakan is now used in two senses. South America scholars use Aruwak. This is another way how they spell it now when they modernizing it. Aruwak with Aruak for the family demonstrated by Gillies and subsequent linguistics. In North America, however, scholars have used the term to include a hypothesis adding the Gajiboan and Arawan families. In North America, scholars use the name Mayaporian to distinguish the core family, which is sometimes called core Arawak or Arawak proper instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they spell Arawak like that, I know what I did that.
Go ahead.
because the C didn't exist. Right? The C wasn't used in that way, right? Like we had a K, and the only time we use a C is when it was with the CH. So that, and then you see how he has the accent over the A. That is the way we say so like instead of saying, for example, instead of saying black, say block, right? It kind of sounds like an O, right? So that right there that's pretty accurate right there. The way they spelled that's pretty accurate. So go ahead.
All right. So where are you now? Kaufman, 1990-40 relates to the following. The Arawakan name is the one normally applied to what is here called Mayaporan, right? Okay. And you know what, Vibes, you're right. I stand to be corrected. You're right. Used to be thought to be a major subgroup of Arawakan, but all the living Arawakan languages at least seem to need to be subgrouped with languages already found within Mayaporan as commonly defined. The sorting out of the labels Mayaporan and Arawakan will have to await a more sophisticated classification of the languages in question than is possible at the present state of comparative studies. Characteristics. The languages called Arawakan or Mayaporan were originally recognized as a separate group in the late 19th century. Almost all the languages now called Arawakan share the first person singular prefix nu, but Arawak proper as ta. Other commonalities include a second person singular pi, relative ka, and negative ma. When your fraternities and your sororities are talking about this sigma, beta, chi, phi, pa, this is where it's coming from. This is where it's coming from. This is now you getting into their their society, right? This is where it's coming from. Okay? Understand. Understand, people. Understand. Right? Let me what's I'm gonna call it? Give me 1 second. I gotta pull it up from my other phone. This one is going dead. All right, cool. So where were we now? All right, so yes, so catacomically second person singular pi relative ka and negative ma. The Arawak language family, as constituted by L. Adam, at first by the name of Maipore, has been called by von den Steinen New Arawak. That's why some of these folks talk about them and their new covenant, like polite in them, new covenant, this new this and new that. Pay attention. From the pre-nominal prefix, new for the first person, this is common to all the Arawak tribes scattered along the coast from Dutch Guyana to British Guyana. Upper Paraguay has Arawakan language tribes. The Quinquianos, the Layanas, etc. This is the Moho Mbori group of El Quevedo in the islands of Marajos, in the middle of the estuary of the Amazon. The Aruan people spoke an Arawak dialect. The peninsula of Gorgira, north of Venezuela, is occupied by the Gora Jerez tribe, also Arawakan speakers. In 1890 to 95, the Brett estimated a population of 3,000 persons in the Goa Jerez. C.H. de Goges. Published vocabulary of 1928 outlines the Lacono or Arawak, Dutch and Guyana, 1,400 items, mostly morphemes, stems, affixes, and morpheme partials, single sounds. Rarely compound, derived, or otherwise complex sequences. And from Nancy P. Hinkerson, British Guyana manuscript, vocabulary of 500 items. However, most entries which reflect acculturation are direct borrowings from one or another of three model languages: Spanish, Dutch, English. Of the 1,400 entries in De Gorge, 106 reflect European contact. Of the 1,400, only 106 reflect European contact. 98 of these are loans, nouns, which occur with the verbalizing suffix describing above number 9 out of 98 loans. Phonology, Phonology, though a great deal of variation can be found from language to language, the following is a general composite statement of the consonants and vowels typically found in languages according to the Aki, the I Cavenald. I can vald. All right. So, and then it gets into the languages, you know, nasals, front, high, how it's pronounced, stuff like that. All right, so what we're going to do now, vibes, we're going to get into the artifacts, right? And
Okay.
then yeah, so just to show y'all, see when they talk about they phi, the sigma, beta, phi, all that, look, it's down here. They're breaking it down and showing you guys where it's all coming from. Okay, it's down here, right? It's coming from the American Indian languages. This is where they're getting their stuff from, right? All right, so yeah, let me close this out, and we can pull up the all right, yeah. I'm gonna put your screen on, and then you can pull up the artifacts. All right, and
All
close
right.
these out. All right, close that out. All right.
Send this to him.
All right, there goes your. I'll put it on your screen. All right, I'm gonna mute myself while you pull up the stuff.
All right.
All right.
Okay, so where to start? Um, let's see. Which one do I want to start? It's a whole bunch. All right. So this is these are Mayan artifacts, right? These are pre-Mayan artifacts, right? And this is what I guess you can say this is your Black Madonna right here, right? And these pictures and the Anunnaki pictures, I mean the murals and the depictions, they add up, right? But the Sumerians and them, they didn't. I don't recall them um, having this much stuff pertaining to the subject, right? Because when let me see. Now you see you have minds here with locks, right? And you have the alien race here with them. And you have minds right here doing work, and you have aliens doing work. So nobody can say, oh no, the minds are slaves to the aliens. No. That's not how that works. But this is definitely a Mayan sculpture right here. And if you notice, they both wear the same jewelry. They have the same earrings and the same headdresses. Right?
Also, and peep, right? For the Rastas them out there, again, The whole locks did not come from Emperor Selassie was an Arab that did not wear locks. Let's just get that straight. He was an Arab that didn't wear locks. Okay, but if we have the oldest empires here in the Americas, and majority of the empires that you're going to go through, these folks have locks. Portions of the Inca Empire, they have fades, the low cut fade that they try to call a Caesar, right? And we're gonna rename and call it the Inca. But anyway, this is what it is. You see their locks? They got their locks is thick. You see it and flowing. This is what it is. This is what when these people came here, this is what they saw. And they had to sell you an Emperor Selassie story because that's now where you're getting the order of the Melchizedek that comes into play to redirect your history, right? This is where you're going to get the Garvey movement also. That's going to sell you the red black and green flag, right? Which vibes if you get a chance, if you could touch on that also later on, also as well, right? Because I think that's
Yeah.
important for them to know the origins, right? This is how they usurped your stuff and twisted it around and corrupted it up and threw it back at you. So they have you thinking, well, the locks came from because Emperor Selassie was exiled from Ethiopia when over here also had an Ethiopia over here. Your utopia over here also as well, which Cormeo clearly showed also on his platform,
Mm-hmm. Big up.
right?
Big up.
Hell yeah. All right, go ahead, Vibes. I'm gonna mute myself back.
All right. So I actually have evidence of the Arawaks with locks, by the way, documented. Um,
All right, drop that. Go ahead, drop that too.
all right.
You got the floor, bro. You got the floor.
All right. Let me find it. Um, I got my screenshots. Let's see. Where is it? No, it's too far. Too far. All right. Now, with the exception of the Lucayos, Arawak Indians were generally shorter than the Spaniards, maybe. They had a copper colored complexion described by the contemporaries reddish, clear brown, or a chestnut color, and deformed their skulls from birth so that they had broad, flat foreheads. I thought Negroes had flat foreheads, but this may have been a factor in the claim made by some Spaniards that their heads were so thick that the Spaniards often broke their swords in hitting them. The Siboney, however, didn't indulge in cranial deformation. The Arawaks appear to have worn their black hair in a variety of styles. Las Casas, describing it as long and tied in a knot either on the forehead or on the back of the skull. Columbus companion Diego Chanca says that the Arawaks of now let me get to that. The Arawaks of Hispaniola had their heads shaved in places and in places have tufts of tangled hair such as of such shapes that cannot be described. Okay? While Columbus himself wrote in 1492 that the Lucayos wore their short down to their eyebrows except for a few locks behind, which they were long and never cut. The the Suguayo wore their waist length, drawn back and fastened behind, and pulled into a small net of parrot feathers, which Columbus describes as plums of feathers of parrots and other birds worn behind the head. Let me see, what is this? Okay, that's not it. But yeah, so there you have it. Locks. The Arawaks that Columbus and them encountered had locks in their head. And apparently they knew how to give themselves haircuts because he said that they had tapers. All right. Let me get back to the artifacts.
Also, you also see why the feathers are important, right? Because a lot of the birds now are extinct, right? So, like certain species of the macaw parrot has been hunted into extinction, right? So we got to also pay attention to that too, because those were our distinctive markers when it came to certain headdresses, also as well, right? To show who we are, and it shows to where these parrots, these birds, majority where they migrated to back and forth to, also as well.
Mm-hmm.
Everything goes. Everything is connected, people. Like what you see these folks doing today, destroying this, hunting these things into extinction. It's 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 by design. Also, let me point out something. You see our pyramids? Our pyramids don't have the pointed tops, right? They don't have the pointed tops. Now, what they're showing here, in this, they're showing the spacecraft that's coming to land on top of the pyramid that will now give it the, but it's a land, it's showing it as a landing zone. This is not pyramids that already are built with the pointed tops. All right. When you see pyramids, folks showing you pyramids with pointed tops, that's not us. That's Kemetic. That's pro-black. That's Pan-African. Let's just throw that out there. All right. Go ahead, Vibes.
Mm-hmm. So, by looking, well, I guess I need to look for this again. I need to look for a better quality picture than this because because I'm zooming in and it's getting distorted. But if you look down here, right, you see the aliens doing work. The aliens building. Actually, as a matter of fact, the aliens are building the pyramid, and then you have a Mayan right here, and then you have I guess another Mayan right here. These are giants. There's a giant right here, a giant Mayan, another Mayan. So when these people are saying the Anunnaki created the Negro to be their slaves, that's bullshit. Okay, complete bullshit. All right, look at this, and and these aliens right here, they have headdresses on. See this? They have headdresses on. You have some that don't have headdresses on. And right here, they're stabbing up a human, or they're sacrificing someone right here. But and then you see you have some who are praying, and you see they're in the this is the praying position. You know that position when you're on your knees and you got your hands together. The Christians took that from them. This one right here, he's doing that right here. He's praying. Okay. All right. Now, this. All right. You want to talk about this one? Because all I see is this is probably a female, and she's holding it, and she's holding a child to.
Oh. All right, so it's good. It's getting into even what I was saying about the three fallen angels being females, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's showing you the female here, and you see her angel wing. Oh, let me put it back on my screen real quick.
Mm-hmm. And now that you say three, I got something for that.
Oh damn! Nah, I can't even show it on my screen. Keep it on your screen. I just gotta I gotta say just verbally point it out.
All
right. But you see the angel wing. You see the angel wing in the picture, and you see her like she's holding the baby above her head, right? Also as well, like in the picture, like she's holding the child above her head, right? So it is a female, and in it, you're gonna see where the Kemites took a lot of their symbols from, and even the things that they created their headdresses from for Anubis, right?
Mm-hmm.
For their Isis, their Asa, A lot of their headdress, a lot of their symbols are hidden in it. Where you look where she's holding the baby above her head. If you look down below, you're gonna see like some symbols that look like sort of Kemetic. So you're gonna start seeing these things. Then you're gonna see like a bull-like symbol that look like the Taurus symbol, also as well, like the shape of a bull in these symbols as well. It's a lot. Just to one picture. One picture holds a lot, family. A lot.
All
All
right,
right,
so
keep on,
all
bro.
right, so now that you
I'm
mentioned
gonna,
that,
I'm gonna
right?
mute out. Yeah.
Let me see, where is it? Is it? Yeah, this is it, but I got a good one in better detail. Where is it? Um, no, it's not it. Um, no, it's not it. Okay, here you go. Right, here's an angel, right, with the black Madonna pose, right, the hand to the chest, and then she has three heads, okay, and then wings, right, and I also I play this game, right, where there's a god named Lissa, and she has like, and the god has like three heads. So that three head shit is very significant for them to be putting that shit in the video game. You know what I mean? But and I also put this in the video I just did, just to show the correlation. You know what I mean? But see the earrings, the same Mayan earrings, right? And then you see the shape right here and the headdress. This is where the Mayans get their headdress from. They're paying homage to the ones that came before them. If you want to say something about that, man.
Yeah. So even when you go even into certain mythologies, when they talk about the three-headed dog Cerberus, right? Now, now, now we're not. This is not to be disrespectful here. Usually, in a lot of the movies, when they show Cerberus, they're showing them Cerberus as a female, right? As a beast. Now they call a female dog, the B word or whatever, but it's a three head. It's three heads. You see, our sister here, they showing heads 1, 2, 3. Now, if you also go back to the movie Chronicles of Riddick, you're gonna see in the Chronicles of Riddick when the necromancers came. Everything is Mayan, Aztec, and Toltec culture that is all throughout the Chronicles of Riddick. When they're talking about the necromancing, which vibes is going to show y'all going to see. They talk about our culture, our people, right? When you look at the Chronicles of Riddick, you had folks that was dressed in armor, in Mayan armor, with three heads, also as well. And this is again going back to the Great Mother, okay? Going back to the Great Mother, right? And these three heads could also represent your 360 degrees and so on and so. You see what I'm saying? They could represent so much, right? Your Trinity also. And again, you see, they have her here with the angel wings, with the angel wings. Your fallen angel. All right. Go ahead, Vibes. You can continue.
All right. Um, Now where is that? And you see, we have a mine what looks like a spaceship, and this
Um,
piece, and this piece. Go ahead.
Vibes, hold on. I will put something in the thing. He said, "What are the new term they are putting on our people? Pan Aboriginal American. What is that? Are the that's that's the Pan African community, the Boule community, that fraternity sorority community, infiltrating our community, Moors that throughout history, that's always entity to who they are, to usurp someone else's history, that's putting in a plan that they started more so pushing from about like 10 years ago, when they started trying to identify themselves as Moorish Aboriginals, right? This is them. So you're going to start seeing flags of pyramids, ankhs, and all sorts of stuff like that out there. This is what you're going to start seeing. And this is the usurpation still. When you're wondering, damn, why can't we just get our history? That's because every 10 to 20 years to 100, every 10 to 20 years or to 100 years, these folks already have a plan in formation to get their children or these other people from so-and-so branches of multiple different organizations, your Nuwapians, your Moorish organization, your Moorish Science Temple, your Nation of Islam, your Rastafarianism, your Order of Melchior, your Hebrew, what they call those street Hebrew Israelites, which are Masons, right? Put out there to stir up confusion and create chaos. That's what they put up out there for, right? Your Order of Solomon. These folks are out here. Their children are out here. And then they're misleading your children, and your children are falling for this stuff. And what they're doing is usurping your stuff and taking away who you are and changing, rewriting history right there in front of you. I'm surprised that a lot of folks is really going with this pan-aboriginal stuff when you already know what pan means. Why tolerate it? Don't tolerate it. I ain't having it. All right, go ahead, Vibes. Go ahead.
All right.
So
you remember the remember the ninth picture?
Yeah.
So this is a front view, and it kind of looks like Star Wars.
It's Star Wars. It also here goes your Star Wars. Also, your Star Wars helmet. Pay attention. All right, I'm gonna mute out though. You take the floor, Vibes. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute out.
Yeah. So you have this your Star Wars helmet, and then what this looks like a footlet, like a foot bracelet, right? And then this is like I guess he has his thumb up, and I don't know what he's doing with his hand, but definitely this reminded me of Star Wars. So I had to save it when I got it. And it looks like a pendant or a jewelry or maybe a chest protection. And they also use this to box, right? So the Mayans knew that they had to protect their head, right? But then we have people. But then now, boxers today don't wear helmets. Why? Why don't you wear a helmet? And you become old, and then you become like you become retarded or something. So if the Mayans knew that they needed to wear a helmet to box, why don't we? Let me see. Here's the three heads again. Right, the three heads. The Mayan jewelry, the Mayan circle, right? There it is. And we know, and just to confirm.
Oh, you also have your ankh in those jewelry. You see the formation of the ankh also in those jewelry also as well, right? Nah, that's cool. Keep going.
So now, all right. So now we have, you know why they call I think they used to call the Milky Way the Snake Way, right? Because it's like a snake in the universe, and here we have she's holding two planets.
Yeah, it used to be called the Snake Way for true. It used to be called that. That's true.
And that snake, it represents that brings you into Quetzalcoatl and Jesus and stuff like that. That's what that snake brings you to. And this is I guess this is a flying, the what you call the UFO right here. She still has on the headdress. Now this one. All right, again. But now this is space, and this is a female looking alien coming out of another, it must be like another universe or a black hole, and she's holding a child. And you see the Earth, you see how they drew Saturn. The Negroes are saying, the ancients said the planet, the said the Earth was flat. You know what I mean? I mean, it like they clearly look at this. Look how they drew Saturn. That's a straight circle right there. Ain't no denying that. That's a circle right there. this is like a comet, and a lot of time when you find these, you see these artifacts on the internet, you see like a planet being destroyed. So this is a lot. This is what a lot of these white people are afraid of, that Earth might blow up one day. So this is why they're trying to make plans to leave the Earth. Oh, where is? Oh yeah, and this. Here we go. See that? Mayans knew about computers, and this must be a headset. The Mayans had computers. The Mayans had computers, like. So this is why it was so easy for them to invent the computer, right? Like the computer used to be like a huge room that you had to like unplug shit and plug it back in and plug in this and plug in that, and then the next thing you know, like 10 years later or so, like the computer came out. It was like, oh, we figured it out, guys, and then they just released the computer. I was like, oh, okay.
Like even with Tesla, all of the whole everything that y'all think that y'all see the Tesla Corp inventing, that's just your ancient technology that they're bringing back out. And mind you, if they're showing you this technology, imagine what they already have hidden from you. Imagine what they already have hidden from you. This is why they had to infiltrate your education system, because we were educating our children, right? According to how our ancestors educated us, to our mathematics, our science. We were doing these things. And then they came and infiltrated your stuff, burned down your facilities and all these things. Now you had to use their facilities, and they dummy down your church. When that wasn't working fast enough, they started spraying the chemtrails. When the chemtrails wasn't working fast enough, they started putting chlorine in the drinking water. When that wasn't working fast enough, they started spraying wax and all sorts of stuff on the food, all sorts of poisonous pesticide. That wasn't working fast enough. They started giving you injections with all sorts of hidden diseases to wake up in your body 10, 20, 30 years later on down the road, or give you autism. When that wasn't working fast enough, they went into fracking on your lands, where they polluted your water with a whole bunch of oil. When that wasn't working fast enough, they created codes and ordinances to lock your sons and daughters up by the millions in these so-called private prison industries. When that wasn't working fast enough, they had the police shoot you down dead cold in the streets. They had their Masonic organizations created what you now call the gang environment: Crips, Bloods, Latin Kings, Nietas, Zulu Nation, all of that, because Zulus is a gang. Because the real Zulus are still in Africa. So who are they right here? That's a gang. When I was growing up, we knew them to be a gang. Plain and simple. This is what it is. Wasn't working fast enough, they gave you their form of religion. Everything. They tried everything to get rid of you. Now they're focusing on breeding you out. That's why every show shows interracial marriages or same-sex couples of different ethnic groups. Plain and simple. Peace, peace, Lacey Road, peace. Right? Wake up. All right, continue on, Vibes. I can't wait till you get to the other one with the the earth being held up. All right, let's go though. Let's go. Yeah, those save the best for last.
Okay. All right, now let me see. This one is interesting. This this kind of looks like a mermaid or something. Or I know this is like they're leaving a planet.
Yeah, it looks like they're leaving. Now this is the queen, the king. That's all right. So let me tell y'all something about even king, right? The word king, it was first used to describe a female ruler. Then over time, when patriarchy came into place, it became unisexual. Then when patriarchy became dominant, it became masculine, patriarchal, right? The word king. So when you're going back to the oldest definition, the oldest meaning of king, it's going to go back to a female. Okay? Go ahead, Vibes.
And then this right here looks like the all seeing eye, or like a Yu-Gi-Oh or something like that. So of course they had to take that too, and they're paying homage to these are they're paying homage to I guess this is the main the main one right here. Paying homage to her.
Mhm. And the other picture that you just showed in the, I think it's over to the right of her. Is it, well, my left, your right? Or I think it looks like the eye of Horus. Looks like the third eye when you really look at it.
Look
In the same picture that you just came out of.
I mean this right here.
Go back to it.
I'm here.
Yeah, that right there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you can see where they got all their stuff from. You're seeing where they got all of this stuff from. All of it. Right? But yeah. So you're seeing the these are the angels, the fallen, the angels that they're speaking of in your Bible, right? Or your ancestors. Again, you are the biblical people. Wake up. You are the biblical people. And when y'all learn this and know how to add this in with the laws, you're going to see how important, how powerful this is. It got blurred. Hold on, Vibes. They said that it got blurred.
Oh,
Give me a sec, y'all.
all right.
Let me I'm gonna stop the screen share and start it back. Hold on, Vibes. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Touching on some real shit now. They don't like it. All right. Check to see if it's blurring your screen, Vibes. Let me know.
No, it's fine.
It's good. All right, then it's good.
All right, so here.
All right.
You have a mermaid, right? Mermaid.
Yep.
Giving the child, and he's giving the child a headrest.
Anointing that child.
Yeah, or she. He or she is giving the child a headdress.
Mm-hmm.
And then the alien right here, kind of looks like a feeding me. But yeah, this mermaid with wings. Hey, you know what? If you ever seen,
remember that documentary that they did on the mer people that they were hunting in the oceans, that the big fishermen them, they were hunting down in the oceans, that the military was killing. They were showing that the military was killing it. The documentary that they did on the mer people, from the Arctic. It was like about 2-3 years ago. They did that documentary, and some folks thought it was fake. But the carvings, here goes the carvings in our artifacts. They're right here, right? So now a lot of folks is in for like a wide awakening, a rude awakening, right? All right, it's echoing. All right, let me mute out and continue on, Vibes. Go ahead.
All right. So, I mean, this if you guys ever seen Yu-Gi-Oh, right? This little thing right here kind of looks like Yu-Gi-Oh. I ain't gonna lie to you right now. It kind of looks like Yu-Gi-Oh. But definitely, everyone spoke of mermaids. Mermaids has to be real, and I'm sure they're being hunted, or they live. They're smart and they just fled. You know what I mean?
They're being hunted because it used to be even spoken about even in the islands, because we used to speak about them in the islands, and now it's like when the birds started going, the stories of the mer people started going away also as well, right? So they're being hunted. This is why again these those sonar weapons that even the U.S. have that they have for underwater that they're using. Mute your mic a little bit, vibes. Right. So those sonar weapons that the U.S. are creating that they're using underwater also as well. Those are weapons that work underwater for what are they attacking under the water? It's not just other submarines. They're not at war like that every day on the water fighting other submarines in tropical waters, right? So something down there that they're trying to root up, right? That they're trying to get rid of. Like I don't, I really feel like these people are trying to destroy this planet, not just not just the ecosystem in a certain hemisphere, but the planet on a whole. Because I feel like they're trying to leave, but they want to destroy the rest. That's just my thoughts on it. All right, go ahead, vibes. I'm gonna mute out and you take it from here.
Okay. Um, they have this. This alien is definitely a female. She has like some. She has lips. She has lips. This is very interesting. I don't really know what's I see what's going on, but I can't comprehend it. She's like she's spitting out a child.
No, a child. Wait, hold on, vibes. Give me a sec. Root, roots of mer bloodline. Root words. I don't get out my chat. You're very disrespectful. You're slanderous. You went on. You called me and a lot of islanders immigrants, Caucasians. You called the Haitians immigrants, Caucasians, all sorts of stuff. A lot of slanderous stuff you said with no proof of nothing that you said, which are all lies. I take you as a joke, and I don't take nothing that you say seriously. You're a clown to me. Get out my chat. Get out of it. And that's to be real with you. And you're a troll. You have about 50 different troll names, right? And all this history that we just went into over 5 hours and mentioned nothing about no Murs or no Moors. So get out of here. And we know the history of that too. All right, go ahead, vibes, clown.
Like, like, bro, like these Moors, bro, these Moors. And none of you dudes have a link to the real Moors, bro. None of you. The real Moors are Arabs now. They're long gone. If you ever hear about the Europeans and how they decided to take their European brethren inside, that's what they did. Had interracial children and everything. None of you Negroes is Moors, and no one came to trade with us. What is his name? Try to send 2,000 warships. You didn't come over here to trade. You came over here to try and destroy what was going on. That's why he died in the Atlantic. He's like, okay, how are you a navigator, but you don't know that you can't swim, you can't sail the Atlantic because you're gonna die in the Bermuda Triangle or die in a whirlpool somewhere. Anywho, uh, talking about some damn Islam. When Atlantis was alive, none of those Africans were Muslims. Okay, nobody of the Atalan were Muslims. So y'all Moors need to know what y'all talking about before you come in here. Um, just like with this right here. When this one when she has her chest, a hand to her chest, and one hand up and the right hand up, I I see a lot of people. I see a lot of people, and I'm pretty. What is this like?
That's what they make them do when they go into court, and when they making them take that oath and swearing, also in that Masonic thing.
And then
Not to
let them
laugh.
do the right hand instead.
They, that's what they let them do, bro. That's it. But Pete, not to laugh, because a lot of our brothers and sisters that's joining certain societies, they don't know. And I'm pretty sure if a lot of them knew this history right here that they're learning now, right? They want to join these societies. These societies are put to trick you, to brainwash you, right? And when y'all come out of these colleges and y'all get up into these high prestigious positions of judges and so on and so on, so that you think are prestigious, right? You are taught to use it to persecute your people, criminal offenses, to judge them outside of who they are. Okay, this is what it is. Then they literally teach you to conform. If someone has to ridicule you, break you down, what they call it, not um, haze you. That is not your brother, and that is not your sister. If they have to break you down to then build you up in their image, they are not your brother and they are not your sister. Hold up. Oh, mute your mic. Oh no. Vibes, mute your mic a little. Mute your mic real quick. Yeah. So if they have to break you down to build you up, that's not your brother. That's not your sister. If they're going to haze you, that's not your brother. That's not your sister. All right. If you have a friend and you are down and your friend comes and help you rise back up, then that is your friend. They're not turning you into somebody else. They're not telling you to cross no burning sands to become somebody else. They're helping you to better yourself. If you weren't broken and they have to break you, that is brainwashing. They have to break you to turn you into their image that someone else done did to them, and they're passing along the tradition by doing it to you. Then going to have you do it to somebody else's child. That's ridiculous. If we are friends and I fell in hard times and you're there and you got my back and you're helping to build me up, then that is what a friend does. That is a brother. That is a sister. That is what they do. Right? If I'm already standing strong and you have a group and I say, okay, I want to be a part of this group, and your thing is, well, we're going to have to destroy you. We're going to have to break you mentally and do all sorts of atrocious acts to you physically to know that you're really one of us. So they come do some kind of act towards you, and then they videotape it to use it to blackmail your ass. That's not your brother. That's your enemy that you're in a clique with. That is your enemy. Plain and simple. They mean you no good. Because the minute you say, I'm going to step outside of their agenda, watch and see how many of them try to team up on you. Because you ain't going with the status quo. Right? You're not going with the agenda. You are not going with the matrix. You want to step outside of the matrix, and they won't allow you. Wake up. All right, Vibes. Go ahead.
All right, yo. I think that may have been because I pushed the mic over to the computer box, and he was probably catching some wind from the fan, the internal fan. But
oh, okay.
This I think this is Olmec. This is Olmec, right? And if you see, they have the same headdress right here. Just to show a correlation, right? I'm pretty sure this is Olmec, not Aztec. But this is the same headdress that we see the aliens with, right? Or the ancestors with, right? And then he has that purse in his hand or whatever that is in his hand, and then here's the serpent behind him, right? And then these must both be Olmec. I don't know because I've read where this was Olmec. This is the Maori New Zealand.
Right. I'm gonna go let my dog out real quick, but you can take it from here, Vibes. Right.
All right. And then this is ancient.
And notice too, in the you notice in the is it Blade Runner? I think is it Blade Runner? They have like this technology of the machine that they sit down on, like it's in a wheel, Oh, Star Wars. It's one of those movies. Doesn't this look just like it? Also, as well, even though it is, yeah, it is still a depiction of the. But yeah, all right. Let me mute out. Go ahead.
All right. Let's see. All right. This is Nazca. Wait a minute. Okay. This is Nazca. This is them drawing. They drew, like the crop circles, and this is some artwork from Nazca, Peru. And it went down in Nazca, bro. It went down in Nazca. Peruvians were popping off. Okay. Um, see. Here it is right here. UFO. And you see a planet being destroyed in the background. And I guess like the whole idea of the beam and the UFO picking people up, the whole beam thing, this is where they got it from. Getting beamed, quote unquote beamed up. Getting beamed up. And I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. Probably a planet. And I don't know what this machine is neither. But he must be in space somewhere because he has the glass or whatever that is covering his face from his helmet. And here's another artifact where some aliens are actually just chilling there. There's a baby and two adult aliens with a baby. And this is how their head seems to be shaped. Um, I had a picture of their heads. All right. So this is not a human. Okay. This is not a human right here. This is not a human. Okay. Definitely not a human. That's one big ass head. Okay. Just to be clear. This is, I guess, this is like pre-humans right here. Pre-Neanderthal, pre all that shit. This is what that is. Pre-humanoid. And I had another one where it was showing that they had one eyeball. Don't know where it is. I gotta look for it. Oh, here it is, right here. Okay. So this thing has one eye. Okay, one eye with that huge head. Uh, and he's wearing gloves to touch it. Ooh. Hey, yeah. So we I, like we gotta catch everybody up because like some of these people they believe that Lemurian Atlantis is actually modern. They believe like they've been onto older and much more ancient things. So they say, you know what I mean? And
So you want to touch on the land of Mu
um
or another time?
things at another time.
All right.
And here's a baby, right? And the head. This is a baby from the fetus, and the head was already like this. Okay, head already like that from the fetus. I was like, so when I saw this, I was like, oh wow, I had to save it. I had to save it. And this is what this is what white people and all these other groups be doing. They investigate stuff like this while we're sitting here arguing with Negroes that don't know their history. This is the type of stuff they be on. And we're so behind, bro. We are so behind. Um, there goes the Anunnaki again. This one you can actually see with the baby sucking on sucking on the breast, the Anunnaki thing. I don't even know what they call it, but that's definitely an alien or something. So he goes here,
All right, all right. Not to cut you, vibes. All right, so peep, right? The saying is this, and I feel like it's going to take us down this road. All these entities, different entities that we are showing, that what we now call the human race, which is our ancestors, the darker view species that came first, that they were made from these entities, these deities that they will call gods, right? Because this is what gods and fallen angels, that each and every single one of their genetics was what they use to perfect the human, which is us, man, right? Which is us, original man, right? Which
right,
is our ancestors. That is what they use. Was the each and every single one of their genetics. That is why when you look at some of us, like when you look at your skin, you'll see like it has scales, right? Between your fingers, you see like the webbing between your fingers. Also, as well, some of us got flat foot. You know what I mean? We have certain features, certain phenotypes that matches up still with nature. These are natural beings. These are beings from the before us, from the creation source, that their genetics combine together to create us. That is the saying. I'm not saying this, you know what I mean? But hey, the more and more we go into research, I'm pretty sure we're going to unlock a whole lot. All right, go ahead.
all right. So oh, oh yeah. Let me show this right. So let me explain this for a second. Okay, this this is considered to be in Venezuela considered to be Our Lady, right? And we know that Our Lady thing is equivalent to the Madonna thing, right? And this is the same. It's um the same thing, right? Here's her again in another part of the world, which is right across the corner. This is Venezuela. All three of these is Venezuela. All four of these is Venezuela. Wait a second. All four of those is Venezuela. And then I found this, which didn't have a name, but now I know the name because this is exactly the same as the one in Venezuela. Right? And you see how she has hair up top. She has some type of hair. Don't know what that is, or I don't know what that is, but she has something over her head, right? And it's what and they labeled it a Taino artifact, but they don't know what it is, or they're not giving the name. Um, where is the other one? And so I found this, right? Same position, right? Same format, and this is a Mayan artifact. And she has the three heads on this, or she has head right here. Then she has a double head up here, and she even has lipstick. But that's the same format, right? Too much of a coincidence. Go ahead, start, man.
Oh, it was the go back to the other artifact that you came off of.
All right, right.
Oh, matter of fact, no, I know what I was going to say. The artifact that he says that they're claiming to be a Taino artifact.
Uh-huh.
This is why I say to the brothers and sisters in the islands, yo, when they're digging up certain things and they're excavating certain things, Pay attention to what they're doing, because these people are digging up your artifacts and they're throwing the Taino title on it when we know there is no such thing as a Taino. There is no such thing as a Taino. What they're trying to do is it is the folks who were not able to conquer you all full on outright. Were not able to conquer you is now doing so by when they dig up your artifacts, they slap their titles and tell you that you're from Africa and steal your ancestral artifacts. If we want to go into to spirit cooking and magic and using signs and symbols as magical tokens against someone, they're using your artifacts back on you because you are denying who you are. So your ancestors are frowning upon you, and they're using your power back on you to oppress you. This is a part of the science. This is what they're doing. And then they're putting their names on your artifacts because you're not speaking up. And then you got the tribes, some of the tribes and the clans that know some of the history. You're not asking for the most sacred stuff, just the basics of the history. They don't want to tell you. They want to keep it all to themselves. When what they're holding back, the basics that they're holding back, is going to also come and affect them too, because the gentrification, the usurpation that is taking place throughout the islands, throughout the mainlands, these people are going to come up, are going to find ways to come up in the mountains, which they are now, because they got their little groups up there now, turning out your young children them up there now, and they're going to take your shit because you kept your mouth shut on just basic information. Plain and simple. All right, let's keep going on vibes. We could go on to the because I'm about to. We'll wrap it up at 11. But we could go on to the we could move on to the one that I was talking about, the save for last. Screw. We could show it now.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we can just show the others right after it.
All right, where is it? Oh, wait. Yeah. Wait, which one is it?
Which one is it?
It was the one with when they was holding up the earth.
Right. Did I put it in the video?
I don't think you did.
No.
Here we go. Is this it? That's not it. It's something like that.
Hmm. No, that's not it. Yeah. Wait, this one. Well, this one has something. Right.
No, that's what the Mer people. So that's what the Mer people.
I don't.
No, that's not it. We had it in the back chat that we had before the other day. All right, go to the one where where you obviously see the Black Madonna like headdress when she's also holding the child, right? And then you got the one when she has the twins also as well, to show the original Trinity was with the mother having twins plus the mother.
Okay. No, it's the same one.
Mm-hmm.
I have one right here.
That's similar to the other one that you showed with the woman giving birth to something, and then she's also holding up the baby also in her hand. So while she's giving birth, she's also holding up the other child that she has as well. But these are also you know them little African statues that they sell that be shaped like this and dark, when they try to give it the Afro, they take off the crown right here, but they give it the Afro like this little feature right here. Oh, like you see everything, like everything, and even with these this is also one of the stance that they do also in their sororities and their fraternities as well. When you were looking at it, yeah. No, Ahua said, has anyone seen the term pan Aboriginal American in any old books? Anyone? Is it new? That's some made up shit. And I'll be damned if anyone ever come over here with that. I'm gonna go in on y'all. And I want to hear no, oh, I'm just breaking out of this, brother, and so on and so on. I ain't trying to hear none of that.
Nah, like I don't know.
I don't know which.
It's not.
Is it this?
Is it this?
Was it that? Nah, bro. You had one where they were like literally holding up the earth. Remember when we was showing about the flat earth theory?
Mm,
All right, forget it.
yeah.
We can just move on to another time. Then I peeped something earlier too. So someone is in their emotions. Someone was in the chat and got in their emotions and when it started a live.
Hey, there goes one right here.
There goes one right here.
That looked like one of the fish people holding the planet in their hand, right? And then remember the one that you had with the original Black Madonna had the rings of Saturn and all the other planets aligning like around her.
Oh shit!
Yo, you got your archive is too large. That's what it is.
Is it this one?
Oh, all right, Pete. This is one. This is one of them. All right, this is one pick. Now, this is what your nuns. When you see your nuns wearing their outfit, pay attention. Your nuns, your Jews, your Muslims. Here's where they're getting it from. Pay attention. You see? This is where they're getting it from. Here it goes, right here. And we're not talking about even the top layered piece that's on the very top. We're talking about like right below that. Right? Like the thrall or the trawl, whatever they call it, that she have over her head. Oh yeah, there you go. This is what we're talking about. Right? Now, this piece right here that she has on that, this piece that looked like a mushroom now, that could be interpreted as something else, right? As a halo, because it looked like something is shining down on her from underneath, from inside of it, also as well, because she or he, right, is in a prayer position. They're praying. You see what I'm saying? Now look, in here, in the symbol, you're going to see the symbol of the shogun also as well in the headdress now. Now let's go to the headdress. You're going to see the samurai symbol from the headdress. This is more proof that our people went all over the world. And wherever they went, they left back behind a piece of them. We were idolized, immortalized, glorified all over the world. This is why these, let me keep it clean. This is why these folks now that runs Hollywood demonizes you throughout the movies. This is why the news people are teamed up with the supposed judicial system to make you seem like demons and all around criminals and rapists and killers and so on and so. Because they have to keep you down. They have to destroy your credibility. Okay? Plain and simple. These are the Mayan and Aztec artifacts that they're digging up. These are what these are. And you're seeing the symbols in them. Look at the headdress at the very top. You're seeing the shogun symbol, the samurai symbol, also in the top of the headdress. And there's a lot more in this that I'm not going to point out right now at this time, right? that is right there. All right, Vibes, you can go ahead if you want.
All right.
All right.
Now let me check one more time. Because see if I maybe downloaded it and didn't. But yeah, it's not. I didn't download it. I I may have it still. May have it still. Um
What I'm gonna do is when I get the time within the week, I'm gonna organize my new catalog because I got it in my new catalog, but yo, it's a lot, bro. It's a lot. Organized in folders and stuff, and then we could get back to it. And we have months and months of stuff. Actually, years and years of stuff between you and I of info that we've gathered that we could drop. That this proves a lot of the stuff that a lot of these folks out here have been talking.
right.
Right, but it's not about that. It's just about making sure that the people get the information and they go do, and you guys go do the research yourselves. Right, that's what it's about. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so just to reiterate, this is Quetzalcoatl, right? This is where Jesus come from. But this dude is also, you know what's real funny though, right? They get this, they got Jesus from him, right? But Quetzalcoatl is also the snake. This is also him, right? So so when you're looking at the allegory from them, the snake that in the Bible is Jesus. The one in
Oh,
the beginning. But you, yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Um, well, yeah, this will be this will be it for the pictures. But again, that's to show how advanced they were, right? This is a necromancy, right? And this is in the museum, right? Because you see the number right here is a number right here, right? You can probably put this in Google and it should have come up, right? And you'll see where it says that it's a necromancy scene, right?
yeah, yeah. So this is what I was also saying from the Chronicles of Riddick when they talk about the necromancers. Like this is it, people. You see what I'm saying? Yo, these movies, these folks that are writing these books, who are the authors of these books? Who are the producers of these movies? Where are they getting their info from? Who's researching these things to see where these people are really getting their info from? How do they know so much about our history? They have it. What sources are they getting this stuff from? What libraries are they getting this stuff from? Or what organizations and societies is giving them these things? Because these things are not theirs; they're ours. Give us back our stuff, right? And they haven't even decoded these things properly anyway. Okay, but even pay attention again. You see the locks. Look, you see the locks in here. Pay attention. You see what I'm saying? Pay attention. And then we also got to really be very careful because, again, over time, we've seen that they lightened out a lot of these pictures drastically. Now, pay attention to the clothing that they're wearing. Is this not Japanese like? Huh? And this clothing right here, the attire that they're wearing, right here. Oh, I'm using my mouse like they can see. To the attire that they're wearing, though. Just look at it. But, yeah. All right, go ahead, Vibes.
This looks like the Japanese dress right here. It kind of does, especially because this is considered to be a woman from the museum, right? And she has she has a full skirt, or yeah, I think so, full dress or something like that. Sitting in Indian style.
Yeah, that is the woman, and that's the male on the other side because he's not wearing the top to cover her up. You know what I mean? So yeah.
And they and you see a lot of these pictures, right? They'll go in and they'll scratch out a piece of the face or whatever it is, and they've been pushing an agenda to say that it's because they had on body paint. No, that's not what it was. Some of them did have on body paint, but they wouldn't just put it in obscure places. Like why would he scratch out his face, right? Why would he do that? Okay, and even he has a tail. I didn't even notice that he has a tail. So this one here is probably not even full. This mine right here, he ain't full human, right? Because he has a tail, and I know it's a tail because his hair is up here and his tail is down here.
Yeah, like yo, this when y'all really pay attention to the Mayan artifacts, y'all gonna see things that you never thought you will see. You see what I'm saying? And then the thing is why then would the ancients carve these things, show you these depictments of certain things? That now will be the question to why, right? That'll be the question why, because these are the things that they portray in the movies in front of us, like it's sci-fi, it's not real, it's not so and so, but they're getting this from the walls of our ancestors, literally, right? But yeah, all right, Vibes, you can go ahead. We get on. We drop two more pictures and then we're gonna wrap it up.
All right. Let's see what else I got to show. What's this? All right. This right here, right? This is a war scene. Wait. It says inside black wear with black red background, mythological temple scene in profile with an infant baby, Ke'ek sacrifice in Palming in Cicero. The hell. Six named supernaturals are posted temple carrying bonos and sacrificial blades, and all the males have knots and perforators. The deity with large eccentric flint weapon is named God of Decapitation. Uh, but I just want to show you. You see the scepter. You see the scepter, and you see the skull and the scepter, right? So they try to say, "Oh, it's voodoo, or it's Africa and this and Africa and that." I've done enough research to know like some of the deities that they do share, they don't even have the same attributes, right? Like Elegba over there in Africa, he is a pervert or something like that, and they draw him with his dick out. That's so disrespectful, right? Over here, he's totally
Exactly. And that's what we're finding out. There's scholars now over here that's trying to paint our deities as homosexuals and pedophiles. And we're not going to have that. We're just not going to have that. And every time they try to paint one of our deities as homosexuals and pedophiles, they try to mix them in with some form of Afrocentric thing, right? They always start off with the Afrocentric thing, and then they mention a limited amount of stuff about our deities here, and then go back to the Afrocentric thing. Like we're not doing that. We are not going to stand for that. Definitely not. All right. Yeah, and you see how dark these people are in here. Again, might be going back to again the dark. I feel my belief is the darker the people are, is it's Tartarian. And look at this sword right here. Tell me this sword is not looking like even Ichigo Zambato from on Bleach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. From Bleach. Even so, it's and that's why they put Ichigo in that all black. And when his sword transforms, his sword turns all black also as well, right? Yo, this one picture right here is so deep. This is so deep, bro. Like for your youngsters, for you folks that got teenage sons and daughters, trust me, they watch this that we're talking about. They know about Bleach. They know about Naruto and Dragon Ball Z and these stuff. You want to reach your sons and your daughters about the history and blend it in with what they're watching. This is perfect. This is perfect. You know what I mean? All right, vibes. Go.
All right, yeah. Let's see one more. More picture. Oh, perfect. Since we on the mines, let me just go to the mines then. The photo that I have for the mines. Oh wait. Where is it?
Don't forget to subscribe to Matt Vibes' channel, y'all. All right. Don't forget to subscribe to his channel. All right. So just type in his vibes when you get a chance. Also put the link to your channel in the chat. All right, so that they can go over there and subscribe. So he's making content that even your children will be able to understand also as well, right? Because he's shown the relations between also the video games and our people, our ancestry as well. And he has many more content to come, many more. All right. So let's support his platform that he's building, and let's keep it going, right? Let's keep it going. Let's keep all the real platforms out there going, and just let's support each other.
All right. Look at you can end it with this one.
And you said, oh, now pay attention to the headdresses, to where these folks are getting these headdresses from and corrupting them. And you look, when you're wearing your flat top, in the 80s and stuff, even now, folks are still wearing what we call a high top, right? Here's where it's coming from. Here's where it's coming from, right? Look at these locks. Look at these locks. Come on, man. All right, go ahead, Vibes. Go into it.
Yeah, man. So like how like you guys know somebody who look like this, and I don't even know the method of how they do this, but somebody right now who has hair like this, and I actually don't even understand. I don't even know how they do because mine, I just let mine free form, and it's not growing like that. You know what I mean? But somebody that looks like this, especially like in Florida somewhere, they wear their hair like this, IT, right? The the wick they call the wick style, right? The wicks, right? This the same style. Um, and you see they have which it looks like a walkie-talkie or something like that. The headgear, and they have the earrings, so they Mayan, right? They have the earrings, so you can't say it's someone else. And they also have I didn't even notice this neither. They also have a ring around their neck, right? They have rings around their neck, right? How many brothers with a face like this? If they was to show you the face looking towards outward, then you would really see it. But they can convince anybody when they're just looking sideways like this, and they're all sitting Indian style. They have the gauntlets, very advanced, right? Very advanced. Talking about Stone Age culture and stuff like this. They were very advanced.
Now, people also, a lot of our brothers in the Midwest and in the South also, we know folks in the islands love their locks, right? But a lot of our brothers, I seen brothers in the Midwest and the South where these different styles of how you see the locks here, how they got their locks formed right here, right? This is why they put in laws, not laws. This is why they put in statutes that you can't have locks in some states. This is why they put the regulations for certain companies, because again, these companies and these folks that you have in these supposed Congress and Senate, that's their people. So they're going to back their people. These things for you to cut your locks and stuff like that, it is to hide who you are. Again, I'm going to say it is to hide who you are. Because why? This 2020 is the age of the awakening. That is the awakening age. This is the awakening era, and 2020 is going to be the height, the pinnacle of the awakening. We've just started, right? So they've already been planning for y'all. This is why when you see them make so ridiculous rules and supposed what you think is laws about your hair and cutting your hair, and you can't have locks and this and that and so on and so, that's because they're already they're covering up who you are. They're getting rid of who you are. Something bigger out here is going on that we don't fully see yet. But these people know because they've stolen so much of our artifacts, so much of our ancient technology that they've stolen, right? You want to, when you get more and more into these artifacts, because we came across some stuff. I got some stuff that when you go back over to what you see ISIS over there is destroying, it matches up back with the Mayans. This is why they're destroying those things, right? And that's a set of people in certain societies that's going around doing that. Like how they're trying to start all this pan stuff over here, trying to push the whole pan movement into the indigenous society, right? This is why, again, even when they grouped on a mass scale for the term even indigenous, when we now know the difference between indigenous and indigeny, right? We now know the difference, right? And it is a big difference. Okay? Understand. Usurpation. Right? That's why, again, when you, and this is not to bash anyone, but we have to stay true to the history. We can't, because we're in our feelings and because, all right, maybe you got a Caucasian daddy and an Indian mother, that you still feel the need to cover up certain stuff and to try to play on people's intelligence, right? Or maybe you got a Caucasian mother and an Indian father. No, it still doesn't erase the history of what type of hairstyle a lot of the original people was wearing, right? What the original people looked like, what was their cultures, and the fact that just like even when Khan pointed out that Prester John was like to Genghis Khan, no, you can't have my daughter. There's that means even though we went and we was developing the rest of the world, we did not believe in the mixing of the bloodlines. There was boundaries that wasn't supposed to cross. All right, now these boundaries have crossed, right? They've crossed due to things that we couldn't control out of us now, present day. It was out of our control because we, you know what I mean? That's our ancestors that did that. Are we going to shun those that still carry our blood still? No, we're not. We still love you. But we are going to stay true to the history. You're not going to sugarcoat this and lie because you have some insecurity within you. Whether you have the blood of my father or the blood of my mother, the blood of my father is still my blood. The blood of my mother is still my blood. You are still my sibling. But you're going to respect the culture and the history of here. You're going to respect the people of here. You're not going to spit on the history. You're not going to sugarcoat or mix it up and put your little own spin on it. Not going to do that. You're not going to take your colonial ancestors that came to colonize your other set of ancestors that had nothing, no good intentions, that you know still to this very day still don't have no good intentions, and still trying to bring them over here to get rid of us because you probably have some insecurities because they taught you that your other set of ancestors who were darker of you were slaves and all this bullshit. So you feel away, and they portray them as criminals and so and so on the mainstream media, which more so overall is not even true. Plain and simple. But anyway, let's get to it, Vibes. I see you sharing some pictures here.
So yeah, just like you were saying. So all right, so we know that you see these two in the middle. These two in the middle are of the Siberian stock, right? And even even him, right? But because they, you see the discoloration in their
Coloration in there.
You click.
wall.
You're not.
This is from a wall.
I think you came off your screen, Vibes.
Really?
Really?
Yeah. Let me. There you go. When you move the mouse to like even when you put the mouse like on my screen or something, it's shrinking up. You see what I mean? Like look at the screen share how it's looking.
Oh man, hold on. Let me restart it.
Yeah,
Hold on, let me restart it.
Yeah.
Because I got a lot of shit. Excuse me. All right. So this is from a wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these two in the middle are of the Siberian
stock, right?
Clearly.
Okay.
Clearly.
Yeah.
So
So
the Mayans
the Mayans
had many
Mayans
stocks,
have
right?
many stocks, right?
They had about
They had
3 or
about
4 stocks. You can
3 or
see
4
it
stocks.
clearly.
You can see it clearly.
Yeah.
And it just go in this.
I'm just saying, like
we don't push.
we're not
racist.
We're not racist.
Oh, you gotta mute.
You gotta mute.
Oh, my bad. Now stay on your screen. Let me mute.
All right. So yes, the we have the Mongol stock used to live with us, yes, but they were not here first, right? And this is what they need, and this is what they need. This is what they need to say, and this is what we need to say, right? So they can't just sit here and be like, "Oh no, Negro, you came from off a slave ship." Okay, we're not doing that. We're taking a stand. We're going to fix that from today. Okay, this and again, like some of them were being mistreated, right? This is where this is where we say the ancestors went wrong, right? Some of the tribes are nations, right? Empires that we had, they were mistreating the Asians, right? The Siberians. So when the Europeans came, the Siberians took their side and liberated themselves, and they're still oppressing us. Well, they're helping them oppress us to this day. And then you have some who did not, right? You can tell. You have, like, you can see some of the Siberian where they join in with the Seminoles. You can see where you have like an Asian person in your family. I'm sure, like especially in Oklahoma, right, where a lot of folks have like Asians in their family because the Asians they took the right side. You know what I mean? So that's all I gotta say. You there, Doc Man?
Yeah. Now keep in mind, right, that the Asians then were dark of you people, right? What they from what we know of, that the pale skinned Asian didn't start really coming over here until like the 1700s, 1800s. Even these drawings here have been tampered with. They've been altered, right? Which is why you see the face. The faces is how it is because they were changing the coloring. They were, and you can. I keep using my mouse as if they can see, but you can see where when she's passing along the container to the other female. Look at the hands of the woman that's passing it along. You see the brown of you shading on her arm, right? They were changing. They altered this. This has been tampered with. They altered this, and you still see traces of it still on the other female. Here, they altered it. You see what I'm saying? These things have been altered. But yeah. So our people, we weren't racist, we weren't bigots. But again, we weren't also for the most part, we weren't mixing of the bloodlines. Their peoples was here, you know what I mean? They came here to seek refuge, some of them, and they that came for warfare, right? That came for warfare. And this is what happened. Okay. But yeah, let's keep going. Well, this is it. I was about to say let's keep going. This is it. We're gonna wrap it up, y'all. we're gonna wrap it up. But before we go, don't forget to subscribe to Mod Vibes' channel. Vibes, you put your link in there. Put your link in the chat, right? And also check out my Teespring store as well when you guys get a chance, right? And we also have the website AmericanAborigineUnited.com. It's really named American Indian, but the URL needs to be changed now. So that's what we're waiting on. But it's the URL right now is AmericanAborigineUnited.com. All right. That's what it is. All right. There goes Matt Vibes' YouTube channel also as well. You know what I mean? Check out his videos. He just started his channel. Let's support him. Let's get his subscribers up. You know, let's check out his videos, share his videos. And, you know, his videos are definitely, you know what I mean, family friendly. And, you know, he has a unique spin on it. Right? So much love, much respect to our brother. And to all the other brothers and sisters out there that's doing, you know, what it is that we know that we gotta do. Much love and much respect to you all. You see what I'm saying? Again, united we stand, divided we fall. United we stand, divided we fall. All right. Vibes, drop your link again in there. Again. Yeah. I'm gonna I'm gonna go in chat stuff and see if he's still blocked. All right. If he's still blocked, if I could unblock him, I'm gonna unblock him. All right. And don't worry about it. I most definitely will. All right. So yeah. So this is the Teespring store. And again, don't forget to check out Mad Vibes is there you go channel also as well. Laugh my bro. It's not I know my bro is not afraid of pan Aboriginal, whatever that is. I don't know. I keep hearing folks talk about that they're talking about the pan Aboriginal community. Like I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna go in extra hard on y'all if I see y'all pushing that. I'm gonna go in on y'all, and I would not care who you are, right? Because this is a fight for heritage and identity, and especially if I see y'all trying to push it amongst in the islands and stuff. Okay, do not do that. Do not do that. We're going to have a problem, a major problem, another level problem.
Um,
Yeah, bro.
just
Just
click the link, the mybase.com.
mybase.com.
On your the Maya vase.
Yeah, because
Link?
some of them
Yeah,
don't
'cause
have
some of them
numbers
don't have
on it.
numbers on it.
Oh, okay.
They
All right.
removed it
They
purposely.
removed it purposely.
Oh, hold on. Let me I got it. Okay. Yeah. I just refreshed the page. Hold on. Let the page refresh and then I'm gonna go click on it. All right.
All right.
Oh, Kim Lay says that they do exist, Pan Aboriginals. Yo, now what I'm going to do? See, I was holding off from doing it. I wasn't going to do it, but you know what? And I've been seeing a lot of connections with even some of our most popular supposed folks from this community pushing that Pan Aboriginal stuff in subliminal messages, and you know what? Another day, another time. We gonna. I'm just gonna focus on getting my stuff, getting it on these laws and stuff. But I'm letting y'all know this is not going to turn out to be like another Garvey, Marcus, Malcolm, Martin, Ahmed type of shit. It's not it's not going to happen here. All right, so all right. I'm gonna click on it now, Chad. I mean, my vibes.
Yeah, so, some of them don't have numbers for obvious reasons.
All right, let me go to the back to the screen share so that they could so that they can be able to see it. All right, so all right, it came up. What are we looking at?
So
updates.
Yeah, Maya base.
And you have a pre-Columbian
Pre-Columbian what?
Pre-Columbian portfolio and then the Maya
base database.
All right, so click on pre-Columbian portfolio.
No, click on Maya base database.
Click on Maya base database.
Maya base database. All right.
Yeah.
All right, I got it.
And then tell them to go to iconography,
right?
And just click on it
and then click search.
And click what?
Search iconography.
All right, clicked on iconography.
Yeah. And just pick any one of those and then click search.
Oh, because they got armadillo, acon, or orator, atoll, axe, ball game. That's what's in the it's a whole bunch. So you said click on any one
of them. Yeah, and you click on God if you want. You see his name. Akon. Gotta scroll down. You just passed it.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff in there. Basically.
Hold on. I'm just gonna click on anything. All right. But it's nothing coming up though when I click on it. So after I click on it, then I click on search.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay. Current number 414 vase type, polychrome, figure count 5. Oh, okay. I see the info that's coming up now. Also as well. So this is another site that they could go check out and research.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna put the link well, you already started putting it. You can drop the link in the site also for them then. All right. A bunch of stuff here. Look at this. See, this is why you're Pan Africans, Pan Europeans, you're Pan Euro Asians, you're Pan Eurasians, you're Pan Asians, you're Pan well, I said Pan Africans, right? And you're Pan Aboriginals. Don't come over here and focus on these things, right? This Pan stuff is again for those societies. Next minute you know, you're gonna see your Baphomet put up everywhere now of the little boys and girls standing at Baphomet's feet, and you're gonna end up like that area in Europe where even the top-notch judges or letting go pedophiles because them and the pedophile are sharing your children. Right? Y'all keep playing this sick game and think that this shit is funny, and have these people because you feel like you're cool. Oh, that's my boy. That's my boy. My boy. That's my girl. Though we man cool, but they pushing this agenda sneakingly because maybe again they look like you, but maybe they're not you. Right? These people have not forgotten their bloodline oath that they took by any means necessary to have their bloodline in charge. So when you see them come with this thing, and sometimes you know what? It's not even a bloodline thing. It's just dirty, crooked people from our community that's using this shit as a means to try to pull money out of your pocket, right? Like especially folks that make it so we seem like it's difficult to be down with the United Nations. It's not. We know what you do and what y'all did to get y'all stuff. And then charge y'all and use that as a thing to say, see, this is what, look, man, we could go real deep into this stuff. But we, like Brother Owood said, we give people room, a person room to correct themselves. Right? It's just that we have so much other things that we have to focus on over here. That's the only reason why I even eased up and just say, you know what, forget it. Let's just focus on the certain things that we have to focus on over here. What's more important? Because we don't have time for the back and forth, and going into this and that. Because anything we put out over here is we don't slander people without showing, coming up and backing up what we put out before to put out more stuff to ironclad back it up. We can back it up. Right? So let's put that out there, because this whole pan stuff, this pan movement, we know what it's about. And if folks want to out there and be brainwashed and leave from here and then go on another platform or somewhere else and hear someone saying, no, that pan Aboriginal don't mean that, and then I see y'all getting sucked into it. I'm telling y'all, like, what your actions is your actions. The consequences that come back from it, that's on you. You see what I'm saying? Don't expect it to get bailed out by anybody else when all you had to do is go research. But because I see a couple folks that just don't do the research and think jumping from platform to platform to platform and hearing the verbal, that's research. So that you have something to go regurgitate back to your friends and stuff to make it seem like you know something you don't know. Until you sit down, open up a book, and put in them hours of research. You see Mad Vibes, Arawak Prince, Brother Award? They're consistently researching. They're not just sitting there, oh, well, this person said so-and-so, and this platform said so-and-so. Oh, that platform said so-and-so. And then that's it. Think they know it all. They're not doing that. Right? Wake up. This is not a game here. Right? Chosen are few. And the more and more I go, I'm understanding how true that statement is. Chosen are few. You're going to have those out there with ego things because they want to be leaders. They want to be considered, they want to be idolized. So they're going to come with y'all with this, pan that, and corrupt the information. Right? Plain and simple. So, you know, this is what this is. Right? This is what this is. Telling y'all, man, y'all must know what it is that you guys are doing. Because at the end of the day, every man and woman is responsible for establishing and building their house. For, listen to the words now, for establishing and building their house. No one else is responsible for that but you. No one else is responsible for that but you. Well, there's a lot of y'all I see that think that this is a game. This is not a game. That think this thing is of a popularity thing. This is not a popularity thing. This is not about fame. This is not. It is about making sure that proper information is put out there, making sure that the people are doing their own research at the end of the day. Right? Everyone is not on the same level when it comes to information, and that is cool. Everyone will never be on the same level when it comes to this information. Right? But we have a responsibility to put out the information truthfully. Right?
By the way, when you
Yeah.
guys go on that site, I recommend that you try and learn how to read the codex. Because whatever you can't just take their interpretation of what it is. You can see,
right?
But sometimes it's best to learn how to read the codex and see exactly what it says.
Exactly. You see? And how would he know that? Because why? He's doing his research. Oh, Vibes mute your stuff. The reason why he would know that, because he's doing his research. That's it. He's doing his research, right? So the next thing that we should be gearing up to work on in the future is also a website or a blog site for like Vibes also as well, right? Because he has a lot of content, a lot of pictures and stuff that he could put out and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like I got some pictures too that I'm going to put out, but these pictures that was being shown, a lot of them is what I didn't even know that some of them had even existed until he showed me them. So we're going to make sure that he gets the credit for finding the information that he found and stuff like that also as well. But this is what it's about. You see what I'm saying? And you know what? I was saying that this was going to be my last live stream, but I got a live stream again that I was planning with two sisters, breaking down about even brothers that who have records of really good jobs that you can still get even if you have a record and stuff like that. And that's my best friend that she's gonna come on here and she's gonna break down some stuff. We just got to get the timing right for her because she worked two jobs. You know what I mean? But yeah, and then we also have a sister that is forensic scientist, and there's only three of them in this. I think in the state of DC, in Washington, there's only three of them in Washington of our people that are forensic scientists, right? So we got to set up the date also with that sister also as well. You know what I mean? Like it's things that's needed to be done, right? I don't I don't want our people feeling like what can I do? Um, I don't have a ancestry or this and that or feeling down about yourself, right? Your ancestors were conquerors. Your ancestors were rulers. Your ancestors were pioneers. Their blood still flow through you. You just need to wake up. We just need to support each other for us to rise. Right now, we're the ones hindering ourselves, holding back ourselves. And there's so many dirty folks within the community that's, again, everyone has the chance to correct themselves, right? All right. So No, I mean the ones that I just mentioned. Once we get those out the way, then I'm going to do one big live, and then that's it. I'm not going to be doing no more lives for probably the rest of the year, right? And I'm just going to focus on what it is that we got to focus on, that we're doing behind the scenes, and that's that, right? Because let everyone else go out there and talk all the trash that they want to talk, or throw whatever subs that they want to talk, what they want to throw. But we know what it is that we're doing, and we know what it is that we have, and what we're getting ready to build and implement. You know, and that information is not, that is Brother Award's intellectual property, right? So yeah. But anyway, with that being said, don't forget to subscribe to my Vibes' channel. Vibes, put your link back out there one more time, bro. And subscribe to Vibes' channel. Look out for a lot more stuff that Vibes got coming also as well. You know what I mean? So there goes his YouTube right there. Subscribe to his stuff, folks. You know what I mean? Let's get his subscription up. And we gotta support each other, right? And let's do the darn thing. So we're gonna put the links when the video uploads. I'm gonna open up the comments section, and I'm gonna put the links, all the links in the top of the comment section as well, for folks to check out also as well. All right. So don't forget to check that out. Also, there goes our website. Our website is American Aborigine United.com. All right. That's the web address. When you go on there, you're gonna see it says American Indian United. That's really American Indian United. But they got to give us a fight and everything. You know how major it is when they change that URL to American Indian United. They know what time it is, and they know what it is. You see what I'm saying? So it's going to be something real major. All right. So don't forget to check out our website, American Aborigine United.com. All right. That's the URL. All right. So I say peace, love, and light. Also, don't forget to check out also my Teespring store also as well, when you guys can and get a chance to do so. Right. We're gonna put the link to it in here. If I can find the link. There we go. Okay. That's the link to the Teespring store also as well. All right. So peace, love, light, and have a great one, y'all. Oh, Tyrese 21. I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna go back to just doing videos, right? Because I'm not trying to be tied with a lot of the drama that I see that's getting ready to build within this community. I want no parts of it. But I'm getting ready to continue going back to doing videos for a good while, and just put my videos out there, and folks can check out the videos when I upload them and stuff. And this is all about making sure that Vibes channel get off on a great start, and make sure that we build up his channel and stuff. So just in case, when well, not even just in case, even if folks like me, or all the other big platforms out there want to take a break, we have the other platforms that's coming right up behind us that can carry this torch on. You right? This is what this is about. This is what this is about. This is not about hogging the attention for some form of. I don't care for fame or none of that shit. I just want to make sure that the information is being dropped out there truthfully. Right? This is what it's about. Okay. But with that being said, peace, love, light to you all. Have a safe and wonderful weekend. And I wish nothing but the best for all of your family. Nothing but the best. All of you. Right? I wish nothing but the best for humanity, for the earth, and for children of the earth themselves, all over the earth. Nothing but the best. I just will not bury my ancestral story for any and anybody. Period. Peace and love, y'all. Yo, award. Vibes, you want to say something to the people before we go?
Uh,
Uh,
well,
well,
No, man, that's it.
No, man, that's it.
All right.
Peace,
Peace,
everybody.
peace.
Peace, everybody.
All right, much respect, vibes, and honor to brother Owa, for all that he has done, and all of the sources that he has shared with us, so that we won't be thinking on a one track, one dimensional mindset. Right? This is what it's about. Right? Reach one, teach one. Right? They say each one, teach one, but it's reach one, teach one, and so on and so on, and not in a corrupted, crooked type of a way to where you're manipulating that person's mindset, right?
Yes, honor, brother, honor.
Yes, honor, brother, honor.
Yeah. So most definitely, peace and love to you all, yo.